The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, as the week proceeds with so much more left to do, we pray your divine presence in every debate, every hearing, every meeting, every conversation, and not the least, in every vote. Given the sheer exhaustion, frenetic schedule, inadequate nourishment of body and soul through which these members dutifully toil, without your divine guidance, who is able to govern your people? Even as you answered King Solomon's prayer, grant these your servants discerning hearts in the governance of this country. May they be able to parse out the necessary from the convenient. May they divide your purpose from their prejudice. Simply, may they be able to distinguish right from wrong. Unto your care we commend then today's proceedings, that they would prove worthy in your sight. We offer this prayer in the strength of your name. Amen.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of Last Days Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the representative from Colorado, Ms. Bober.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. This is a picture of a symbol of national shame. It is the Russell Senate Office Building. The Russell Senate Office Building is named after Richard Russell, a racist and a bigot. For 49 years, taxpayer dollars have gone into this facility. For 49 years, people have had to endure knowing that this facility is named after a bigot. I believe that it is time for change. It's time to take the name of Richard Russell off this building. We don't have to name it in honor of someone else. Let it revert to the name that it had prior to Richard Russell. It was the old Senate Office Building. I ask that we do this, and I am going to write a letter to each and every senator explaining this and hoping that each and every senator will at some point decide that a building paid for with taxpayer dollars should not be named in honor of a racist and a bigot. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition to honor my friend Harry Talbot for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the life of a Western Colorado legend and my dear friend, Harry Talbot of Palisade. At his 2018 introduction into the Colorado Agriculture Hall of Fame, Harry remarked, "The world may little remember nor long note what we have done here tonight, but our contributions to Colorado agriculture will live long after we are gone and make it easier for those who come after us." I am honored and blessed to have known Harry, as is Western Colorado. As the founder of one of Colorado's largest and oldest orchards, Talbot Farms, his contributions to agriculture in Colorado cannot be overstated. Grown with snowmelt from the Grand Mesa, the Talbot name is synonymous with the best peaches many will ever have the pleasure of experiencing. Along the way, he employed and mentored countless Coloradans, many of whom remain in agriculture today with farms of their own. Without Harry and his grandiose vision for Palisade, the Western Slope wouldn't be the place that it is today. He is the giant whose shoulders the community now stands upon. However, I'd be remiss to combine any attribute merely to Harry's business attributes. Harry was quintessential, a Renaissance man. Harry was a veteran serving honorably in the United States Army. Harry was a science teacher who invested in the hearts and minds of the children in our communities. He was a pioneer and an icon of the Colorado's 3rd District, a man whose character has been integral to that of the Western Slope. He leaves behind his wife, Bonnie, his children, Bruce, Nathan, Charlie, Dave, and Kathy, as well as numerous grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I extend to them my heartfelt condolences and pray that God's Holy Spirit would comfort them and mend their broken hearts. Today, we honor a life of service. Harry, we love you.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Orlando police officer Kevin Valencia. As a former chief in Orlando, I join my brothers and sisters at OPD, Kevin's wife Megan, and 2 sons in expressing gratitude for his service and in mourning his passing. In 2018, Officer Valencia responded to a domestic violence call involving a convicted felon armed with a firearm holding 4 children hostage. Upon trying to gain entry and save the children, Kevin was shot and critically wounded. The subject later took the lives of those children. Kevin fought hard to survive, but succumbed to his injuries on March 15th of this year. We use the word hero often, and sometimes I think we forget the many heroic actions our men and women in blue perform every day. But Officer Kevin Valencia was a hero in every sense of the word. On March 15th, a part of America died. We are grateful for a life well lived, courage, pride, and commitment. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the upcoming retirement of a legend in Michigan broadcasting, Frank Beckman. For the past 48 years, Frank has been a pillar of the WJR airwaves. He's been inducted into the Michigan Sports Hall of Fame, Michigan Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame, and has a list of professional accolades longer than the time would allow today. The Maize and Blue faithful know him as the voice of Michigan football for over 3 decades. His weekly listeners, the best informed in all of talk radio, know him as a clear and compelling proponent of common sense values. And nonprofits and charities across the state know his generosity in using his microphone to support many worthy causes. I'm blessed to know him as a friend. Congratulations, Frank, on a long and storied career. I ask my colleagues to join me in wishing Frank Beckman a wonderful retirement filled with family, lots of golf, and coolers full of fresh Lake Erie walleye. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to urge President Biden to move quickly and comprehensively to restore U.S.-Cuban relations. The last 2 years of the Obama administration saw an explosion of positive change in Cuba. The fledgling Cuban private sector flourished. Innovation, the internet, communications, and political space expanded, and exchanges between our 2 peoples multiplied. Official cooperation advanced significantly on law enforcement, anti-narcotics, migration, human trafficking, and the environment. Dialogues began on tough topics like economic reform and human rights. Tragically, these advances were wiped out by President Trump. Today, we need strong, level-headed leadership capable of rebuilding trust, navigating a return to normal relations, and advancing U.S. interests. We need to immediately end restrictions on travel, remittances, financial transactions, and educational, scientific, environmental, and cultural exchange. We must remove Cuba again from the state sponsors of terrorism list and rescind any sanction that impedes the delivery of humanitarian aid. Let's not make the mistake of moving slowly and incrementally. We need to act now. I call on the Biden administration to make this a priority. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there is an undeniable crisis along our southern border, and the most recent numbers we have received are alarming. Last month, there were over 100,000 illegal immigrants encountered at our border. That's a 173% increase from the same time last year, and the highest number of encounters in 7 years. From January to February of this year, we saw a 163% increase of family unit encounters, a 61% increase in unaccompanied minors, and a 28% increase in encounters overall. This surge is a direct result of the Biden administration's failure to secure our border and enforce our immigration laws. Now we face a humanitarian crisis while the president refuses to acknowledge this dire situation. My Democrat colleagues are turning a deaf ear by advancing 2 bills this week to grant blanket amnesty to millions of illegals. Are you kidding me? This sends the wrong message that our borders are open and our laws don't matter, which will only incentivize more illegal immigration. It's time to build a wall and end policies like catch and release and impose mass amnesty. We must secure our border. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek 1 minute to address the House.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 100 years ago, my father was born in a small medieval village in the mountaintops of southern Italy. He came to America as a young boy, and in his St. Dominic's High School yearbook, he wrote that his goal in life was to become a real American. 27 years ago, I served as the young mayor of my hometown of Glen Cove. I addressed the growing issue of the population of new immigrants from Central and South America who gathered on street corners looking for day work by creating the first day worker site anywhere on the East Coast of the United States of America. Today, those same men who gathered on street corners have their own businesses, own their own homes, and their children went to school with my children. One dreamer from El Salvador who graduated high school with my daughter went on to graduate from college with a degree in biomedical engineering, got a master's in biomedical engineering, and is now pursuing a doctorate in the same subject. Today, I'll support the Dream and Promise Act for Mario and for Nelson and for all the other dreamers whose goal is, like my father's, to become a real American. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few weeks ago, Frank Cagle, my close friend and a good libertarian conservative, passed away after a battle with cancer. Frank was a brave American who served with the 82nd Airborne during the Vietnam War. Following his service, he attended college and worked for newspapers across the South. In 1982, Frank came to East Tennessee to work at the Knoxville News Sentinel as a copy editor. His passion was reporting on state and local politics. Frank put his commentary into action, serving as deputy to Knoxville Mayor Victor Ashe and working as campaign manager on Congressman Van Hillary's 2002 bid for governor. He later returned to journalism, writing columns and analyzing policy for Knox 10 Today, WATE, and back at the Knoxville News Sentinel. Frank focused his career on delivering unbiased political reporting, and his contributions will leave a long-lasting impression on all of us in East Tennessee. I'm proud to celebrate Frank's life and recognize his dedication to our community on the floor. Rest in peace, my good friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, federally qualified health centers are located in neighborhoods connecting people where they live and where families today are struggling. Health centers in my Western New York community, Neighborhood Health Center, Community Health Center of Buffalo and Niagara Falls, Jericho Road Health Center, and Evergreen Health are on the front lines of the fight against COVID-19 and our ongoing battle to end health disparities. This week, I met with several of these health centers, hearing firsthand about the role of telehealth, primary care, outreach, education have in providing better health outcomes. Today, I'm pleased to announce over $3.5 million in resources to help federal health centers in Western New York continue to battle the pandemic and protect our neighborhoods. This funding, provided through the American Rescue Plan, will help support the health center workforce and deliver testing, treatment, and vaccines to help our communities and to keep them safe. I yield back.
Many yields. Members are reminded to observe decorum when speaking before the House. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have grave concerns about the current composition of the Intelligence Committee. The Intel Committee handles our nation's highest secrets. It has access to information that most members do not see. And unlike standing committees, members of the majority are appointed by the Speaker only. That is why members who are appointed to this important committee must possess the highest level of credibility and character. And it is why no member should be compromised in any way. Unfortunately, information that I have seen and that others have seen suggests not all members meet this high standard. So earlier this week, I introduced a resolution to restore confidence in the Intel Committee's ability to safeguard our nation's secrets. Now, I do not take this action lightly or for political reasons. Frankly, I'm surprised it had to come to this. The Speaker and I received the same classified briefing from the FBI. The details were deeply disturbing. Yet so far, the allegations, which have not been denied, have gone unaddressed. As the House considers this question, I hope all members will reflect on the purpose and responsibilities of this select panel. I want all members to ask this one question. Should a member who can't get a security clearance in the private sector sit on the House Intelligence Committee? Think about that for one moment. Should a member who cannot get a security clearance in the private sector sit on the House Intelligence Committee? The American people deserve to know what their government is not vulnerable. By adopting my resolution, we will show that we have our priorities straight. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Commission.
Consent to address the House for a minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
This week, I was so proud to welcome President Joe Biden to our district to see firsthand the impact the American Rescue Plan will have on our community and small businesses in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and to see the enthusiasm with which his visit was welcomed. Together, we visited Smith Flooring, a successful minority-owned small business in Chester that provides good union jobs and is an economic driver in an area that has struggled. The President and I spoke with founders Kristen and James Smith about how the COVID pandemic has impacted their business. The struggling economy has meant leaner times, but they're trying to do right by their employees until things get moving again. The American Rescue Plan has over $50 billion in aid for small businesses, including over $7 billion for the Paycheck Protection Program. These funds will help small businesses like Smith Flooring keep up their payroll, protect jobs, and keep going until the economy is fully open again. I wanted President Biden to see up close one of the Delco businesses that is the backbone of our economy. Thank you to Smith Flooring for talking with President Biden and me. And equally important, I wanted to thank Congress and President Biden for bringing renewed help and hope to our community with the American Rescue Plan. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize March as National Red Cross Month. While Red Cross Month has been celebrated since 1943, the Red Cross itself has been making an impact on community health since 1881. In 1889, Claire Barton led one of the first mobilizations to a national disaster following the Johnstown flood. This site is in the process of being preserved today and is known as the Clara Barton House. Perhaps the organization's best-known program, the American Red Cross, established the first nationwide civilian blood donation program in the 1940s. According to the organization, someone in the United States needs blood every 2 seconds. Less than 38% of the U.S. population is eligible to give blood, and only 3% of those individuals donate annually. The critical need for blood and the life-saving potential that comes with a donation cannot be overstated. The American Red Cross has always been a leader in this effort, and today they still provide more than 40% of the blood products in the United States. I'd like to encourage all healthy Americans to donate blood and plasma, and in the wake of the pandemic, it is needed now more than ever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, House Democrats are building on the progress made under the Biden-Harris administration to reverse the Trump damage and reform our failing system by passing two historic and important bills. H.R. 6, the Dream and Promise Act, to protect dreamers, TPS, DED recipients, and the Farm Workforce Modernization Act to uphold the dignity of workers who feed America. Americans want solutions on immigration. Voters overwhelmingly support a path to citizenship, reforms to our legal immigration system, smart management of our borders. Just like the American Rescue Plan, there is strong bipartisan support for immigration reform across the country, just not within this body. For too long, we have kept our arms closed to people who, under similar circumstances, 100 years ago, 30 years ago, would have been given a path to citizenship. But now the doors are closed. 55,000 Haitians came to this country after the earthquakes. They are in limbo. Congress must act, and these two overwhelmingly popular common sense bills will ensure that immigrants who make America more American can continue to strengthen, enrich, and contribute to our country.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I am here today to recognize an outstanding 10-year-old girl from Sea Isle City in South Jersey. Reagan Capone is already an engaged member of her community and frequently fundraises for local charities. Last year, Reagan raised over $6,000 for the Love of Linda Cancer Benefit Horse Show. Reagan is now raising money for her Uncle Mike's Seafood Polar Bear Run, Walk for Autism. Aside from fundraising, Reagan is a competitive equestrian and competes in the English Circuit of South Jersey. She even made it to the regionals this year. Reagan is a dedicated individual who impacts the South Jersey community every day with her selflessness and her desire to raise awareness for the causes that are so close to her heart. Thank you, Reagan. You are truly an American hero for all that you do. God bless you, and God bless America, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman... For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent in order to address the House for 1 minute, revise, and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After spending most of my life in the business world, I've seen firsthand how immigrants bring immense contributions to the American business. Whether it's a CEO of a Fortune 500 company or the frontline worker that has kept our workers safe during the COVID-19 pandemic, immigrant workers, entrepreneurs, and leaders drive our economy. Immigrants bring revolutionary new ideas to our country. Immigrants create jobs. Immigrants inspire innovation and pushes us forward as a country, keeping us on the cutting edge of technology and medical advances. As the Speaker often says, diversity is our strength, unity is our power. Immigrants bring their diverse experiences and ideas to our country, to our economy, and make it better. Our nation would be foolish to take them for granted. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the farm broadcaster Gary Truitt. Gary was inducted into the National Association of Farm Broadcasting Hall of Fame for his outstanding work and commitment to delivering informative and insightful news to our nation's farmers. I want to offer my congratulations to Gary for this remarkable achievement and to celebrate his dedicated career. Gary began his farm broadcasting career in 1981 bringing a fresh perspective to the industry, and in only a few years he began his own news broadcast, which soon dominated Indiana radio. In 2006, he did it all over again after a corporate sale of his first network and created Hoosier Ag Today. For more than 33 years, Hoosier farmers have relied on Hoosier Ag Today for latest news about the condition of the agricultural industry and markets. It's hard to find someone who puts his whole heart into everything that they do. Gary is one of them. I wish Gary many more years of success, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Yes, unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have rarely heard such pernicious nonsense as we heard from the minority leader a few minutes ago. He accused Mr. Swalwell of having a Chinese spy or Chinese agent in his campaign. I understand he's introduced a resolution to remove Mr. Swalwell from his committee for that purpose. The fact is we all have hundreds of people in our campaigns, hundreds of people. Can we vouch for any of them? Do we know everybody's associations? Do we know whether someone in the campaign is a spy or a thief or whatever? Do we do a police investigation, an FBI investigation of every member of our campaigns? That's absurd. And I think Mr. McCarthy ought to be ashamed, because he is an experienced campaigner, he knows this, for raising these spurious allegations. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to observe the recent, almost simultaneous passing of 3 prominent members of the Lumbee tribe and citizens of Robeson County, North Carolina. Mr. Laricus Lowry, Mr. Paul Brooks Sr., Mr. Wyvis Oxendine. These men displayed great fidelity to this important community in our 9th District of North Carolina throughout their lives. Mr. Laricus Lowry dedicated 50 years of his life to Robeson County, serving 41 years as the president of the Robeson County Farm Bureau. Mr. Paul Brooks Sr. spent many years as a public servant to Robeson County, including being elected as the 4th chairman of the Lumbee tribe. Mr. Wyvis Oxendine leaves behind over 20 years of devotion to his community, which includes stints as a county commissioner, magistrate, and educator. These 3 men take their leave from us at almost the same time and leave behind an indelible impact on our community. I honor them for all they have done, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Bryce Sinclair, a senior at Maine Enwell High School in New York's 22nd District. I'm honored to announce that Bryce accepted his appointment to join the Corps of Cadets at the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York. Bryce was selected among a highly competitive pool of applicants from around the country. Bryce's decision to attend West Point comes as no surprise to those who know him well. He is a young leader with exceptional talent and potential and is already a dedicated member of our community. I wish to congratulate Bryce on his tremendous honor. I wish him the best as he takes on this venerable challenge to serve our community and our nation in line with the Army's core values: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, and personal courage. As the mother of a Naval Academy graduate, the service academies hold a special place in my heart, especially the friendly annual rivalry at the Army-Navy game. We wish Bryce all the best as he moves closer to his next incredible step to joining the Corps of Cadets. Good luck, Bryce, and go Army and go Navy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to ask for 1 minute yesterday, given that it was St. Patrick's Day, and Pella Dutch High School is the color of green, but they're the Pella Dutch, not the Pella Irish. Last Friday, the Pella High School Dutch of Marion County, Iowa, successfully completed their playoff run by winning the 3A Iowa Boys Basketball Championship. Capping off a terrific 26-2 season with a 15-1 conference record, the Dutch brought home the state championship for the first time in 18 years. The achievement of winning a state title itself is something of which the Dutch team and the Pella community should be proud. But these players and their families should be even more proud of their commitment to game, perseverance, sportsmanship, and teamwork that guided them through this incredible season. For the seniors, I hope you continue to follow your passions in basketball and elsewhere beyond high school. For the juniors and underclassmen, I wish you the best of luck in the coming years, both on and off the court. I am thrilled for this team, the coaching staff, fans, and the entire Pella community, and I'm honored to represent them in Congress and speak about them on the House floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair lays before the House a communication. The clerk will read.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on March 18, 2021 at 11:08 a.m. that the Senate passed with an amendment, H.R. 1276. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 233, I call up H.R. 6, the American Dream and Promise Act of 2021, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6, a bill to authorize the cancellation of removal and adjustment of status of certain aliens and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 233, the amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-4 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 6.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 2.5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 6, the American Dream and Promise Act of 2021, is vital legislation that establishes a path to lawful permanent resident, or LPR status, for 2 critically important populations that are in dire need of protection. The DREAM Act creates an earned path to LPR status for dreamers, individuals who entered the United States in their youth and who have lived here for most of their lives. Dreamers are part of the fabric of our nation, aptly demonstrated by their commitment to bettering our strength through the pursuit of education, military service, and employment. It is undeniable that dreamers enrich our nation. They are our neighbors and co-workers, they are classmates with our children, and they serve our military with distinction. They are an essential part of our communities, where they contribute to our thriving economy and make America a stronger, more united, and more diverse nation. Similarly, the Promise Act provides a path to LPR status for individuals who either held or were eligible for temporary protected status, TPS, as of January 1st, 2017, or deferred income departure, DED, as of January 20th, 2021. TPS is a form of humanitarian relief provided to individuals from countries experiencing dangerous conditions and crises. DED is like TPS, but it is derived solely from the President's constitutional powers to conduct foreign relations. Like Dreamers, TPS and DED recipients are essential to our communities. Many of them have lived in the United States for decades. They make up a significant portion of the workforce in key industries, including construction, food service, and home health care. They contribute to the U.S. economy not only through their work, but also through consumer spending and tax revenue, and they have been particularly essential in serving our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. I have no doubt that some of my Republican colleagues will stand before us today and use what they claim is a crisis at the border as an excuse not to support this bill. But let's get one thing straight. This legislation is not about the border. This legislation is about finally delivering on our promise to America's dreamers and others who are equally deserving of our protection. I want to thank my colleagues Lucille Roybal-Allard, Nydia Velasquez, and Yvette Clark for their commitment to this important legislation and to the millions of people this legislation will protect. I hope that all my colleagues will stand up for them when it truly counts and will support H.R. 6 today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there's a crisis at the border. There's been a crisis at the border for weeks. And instead of addressing the crisis, instead of having a hearing in the committee, Democrats have passed bills that defund the police, restrict American Second Amendment liberties, and federalize election law. And not one of those bills, by the way, not one of those bills went through committee. In fact, the Judiciary Committee, 74 days of this Congress, the full Judiciary Committee is yet to have a hearing on anything. We've asked to have a hearing on the border crisis, the real crisis. We've asked to have a hearing on cancel culture, the attack on people's First Amendment liberties. We've asked to have a hearing on conservatorships. No full committee hearing this entire Congress, but they can pass bills to defund the police, restrict American Second Amendment liberties, federalize election law, and now, while there's a crisis on the border, they bring a bill to the floor that gives amnesty to 3 million illegal aliens. 74 days of the 117th Congress, the Democrats have taken away the Republicans' right to offer a motion to recommit. They've kicked Marjorie Taylor Greene off the committee. 2 Democrats wrote a letter trying to cancel Fox News, Newsmax, One American News. The Democratic chair of the House Administration Committee compiled a dossier on 140 Republican members, and they're preparing to steal an election from Republican Congresswoman Miller Meeks. And today they're going to pass a bill, try to pass a bill, which, as I said before, gives amnesty to 3 million illegal immigrants. We've got gang members crossing the border. We've got people whose name is on the terrorist watch list crossing the border. We've got COVID-positive illegals crossing the border. 100,000 encounters with foreigners on the border in February alone. Housing illegal immigrants in the Dallas Convention Center. And the administration sending FEMA in to help, even though they refuse to call the crisis a crisis. They're sending in the disaster agency to help with the situation. If that's not a crisis, frankly, I don't know what one is. A crisis that President Trump 2 months ago told us was coming. I want to read what President Trump said in January. 2 months ago, this is what President Trump said. If our border security measures are reversed, it will trigger a tidal wave of illegal immigration, a wave like you've never seen before. Boy, was that accurate. If our border security measures are reversed, what has the Biden administration done? They placed a moratorium on deportation. They ended the Remain in Mexico program, and they've stopped building the wall. I think that's a reversal. I think that's a reversal of the measures that were put in place. And what did it trigger? A tidal wave of illegal immigration, a wave like you've never seen before? It sure did. The tidal wave is here, and the Democrats' answer is amnesty. Wow. Such a deal for the American people. Such a deal for the American taxpayer. Democrats' answer: defund the police, attack Second Amendment liberties of Americans, federalize election law, try to cancel Fox, Newsmax, One American News, compile a dossier on Republicans, kick one congresswoman off of her committees, and try to take an election from another, all while they are creating a crisis on the border, and then respond to it all with what? A bill that gives amnesty to 3 million illegal immigrants. That's what this legislation does today. I hope we vote no. I hope we can stop this legislation. This is not what the American people bargained for. This is not common sense, and I hope we defeat this measure. I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2.5 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Roybal-Allard.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as a co-author of H.R. 6, I rise in strong support of the Dream and Promise Act. I thank Speaker Pelosi for making the Dream and Promise Act one of the top 10 Democratic priorities in the 117th Congress. I also thank Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren and the Judiciary Immigration Subcommittee for their invaluable hard work on this bill. Today, this House has another opportunity to pass H.R. 6 and once and for all end the fear and uncertainty that has plagued the lives of our nation's dreamers, who have become an integral part of the fabric of American society. According to the Center for American Progress, each year dreamers contribute over $17.3 billion in federal taxes, nearly $9.7 billion in state and local taxes, and their households have $75 billion in buying power. Over the course of this deadly corona pandemic, an estimated 202,500 DACA recipients have risked their lives to protect the health and safety of Americans. Yet in spite of the critical role they play in our society, over 2.1 million dreamers live in a state of limbo, doubt, and anxiety of being deported to a country most do not know. H.R. 6 eliminates the ambiguity in their lives and recognizes the talents and indispensable contributions dreamers make to our country. While their individual stories may vary, they share the common denominator of embracing and exemplifying American values and love for this country, the only country they call home. The Dream and Promise Act has the support of Democrats, Republicans, and independents, as well as businesses, organized labor, faith groups, educators, health professionals, former cabinet officials, and the majority of the American public. This unprecedented coalition of support highlights that protecting our dreamers and providing them with a path to citizenship is not a partisan issue. It is an issue about who we are as Americans and what is in the best interest of our country. By passing the Dream and Promise Act, we will live up to our American values of fairness, justice, and compassion, and these incredible young dreamers, like generations of immigrants before them, can continue to play their vital role in the well-being of our nation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Dream and Promise Act today. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield 2 minutes to the ranking member on the Immigration Subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last year we finally achieved operational control of our southern border for the first time in decades. The Trump administration made it clear that our border would be enforced, and illegal immigration dropped dramatically. Well, that all ended on January 20th when Joe Biden issued executive orders to stop deporting illegal immigrants, abandon the border wall, and to admit anyone claiming to be under 18 and rescinding the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum claims. Well, that message has been heard loud and clear. The Border Patrol reported more than 100,000 encounters in February alone. Now think about that. That is the entire population of South Bend, Indiana, or Green Bay, Wisconsin, in a single month. And it's getting worse. We're way beyond the debate over whether this is a border crisis. The question now is whether we have a border at all. What's the Democrats' response? Well, this bill promises a path to citizenship not only for 700,000 DACA recipients, but millions more who illegally arrived prior to January 1st, were under 19 when they arrived, and have only committed 2 misdemeanors. How do you prove you qualify? Under this bill, you have a friend vouch for you. Now, we all sympathize with those illegally brought here as young children years ago. And more than 200 Republicans supported legislation to give them legal status in the 115th Congress. But it included measures that secured our border and enforced our laws to discourage another generation of young people being brought here, exactly as we're seeing unfold today. Why are so many children being placed in the hands of Mexican criminal cartels and forced to suffer the 2,000-mile trail of terror to our border? Because it works. This bill proves the Mexican crime cartels are right. You'll be admitted into our country and need only wait for the next amnesty. I yield back.
Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, imagine this. You are 17 years old, you've worked hard, you're the valedictorian of your high school class. You're the quarterback on the football team. You go down to apply for your driver's license and you find out for the first time that you're actually not born in the United States, that you're undocumented. There's no possibility for you to get right with the law, but you did nothing wrong. You don't even remember the place that you were born in. That's the circumstance that tens of thousands of young people find themselves in, and this bill allows those young people to get right with the law, they've done nothing wrong, and go on and become the full Americans that they are, except for their paperwork. It does something else which is important, which is it recognizes that there's a group of people who are here under visas, but because the Senate messed up, that's a term of art, the per country cap bill that this House passed by 365 votes in the last Congress, there is a huge backlog from large countries, so long that the dependents of lawful temporary visa holders age out, and they have no remedy, just as the other dreamers. They can't go back to the country they were born in because their parents are legally here. They have no capacity to become the full Americans that they are. This also resolves that problem. It's distressing to hear the rhetoric about the border. In fact, the uptick at the southern border began last April, and it relates to hurricanes and disorder in 3 Central American countries. We need to pay attention to what's going on in those 3 countries, and that's something the Biden administration is taking steps to do, to solve that problem where it starts. I'll just note, nobody's escaping from Costa Rica. It's the disorder in 3 countries that needs to be resolved. And with that, vote yes on this bill, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we see the ongoing impacts of Biden's inhumane border crisis, I rise in opposition of H.R. 6. It is irresponsible to be considering this bill today. This bill provides amnesty to millions of those who are illegally in this country. This promise of amnesty is a magnet for aliens attempting to enter the United States today, and for at least 35 years, we've seen a direct correlation between promises of amnesty and an increase in illegal border crossing. The ongoing Biden inhumane border crisis is a direct result of then candidate and now President Biden's flawed border policies, including amnesty. That's why I reintroduced the Fund and Complete the Border Wall Act earlier this year and introduced the Stopping Border Surges Act earlier this week. These bills include real reforms that will have real impacts. Specifically, the Stopping Border Surges Act fixes problems caused by the Florida Settlement Agreement that prevents DHS from detaining family units for more than 20 days, ensures that unaccompanied alien children are quickly and safely returned to their homes, and promotes increased integrity in the asylum system. But H.R. 6 will cause more problems than it will solve. It has serious flaws that lead to fraud and abuse. This bill gives the Secretary broad authority to waive grounds of inadmissibility for humanitarian purposes, family unity, or because the waiver is otherwise in the public interest. That means that under this bill, even convicted criminals will be eligible for amnesty. And if that's not bad enough, under this bill, aliens who were removed from the country by DHS will be allowed to return and get amnesty. Let me repeat that. Aliens who were ordered removed by an immigration judge after receiving due process and were actually removed will be allowed to return and get amnesty. Last year, USCIS, the agency who administers this amnesty program, almost had to furlough 70% of its workforce because the fees it collects do not cover the cost of adjudicating immigration benefits. But this bill actually sets the amnesty fee arbitrarily low and will allow most aliens to obtain a fee waiver. That's a recipe for disaster. This bill prohibits information from being shared with ICE so that our immigration laws cannot be enforced. Instead of prohibiting information sharing, we should require information sharing. And this bill does nothing to secure the border or close loopholes in our immigration laws that encourage illegal immigration.
Fired.
I oppose this bill and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Representative Jayapal.
Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the American Dream and Promise Act. As an immigrant myself who came to America alone at the age of 16 and who spent a decade in the immigrant rights movement before coming to Congress, I stand with the Dreamers and TPS and DED recipients who have courageously proclaimed, undocumented and unafraid, in the streets and halls of Congress and built this movement for justice. These Dreamers, TPS, and DED holders have lived in the shadows for too long, doing our nation's essential work while living a life of uncertainty and fear every day. Mr. Speaker, Congress, us, right here, right now, can change that. We can stand up for our 4.4 million essential community members who have made the United States home. We can legislate what they deserve, which is a roadmap to citizenship, a future of hope and opportunity and contribution. So let's stop the hypocrisy of criminalizing immigrants. Let's give recognition and hope today. Vote aye on the American Dream and Promise Act. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding me time. You know, a couple nights ago, I was in Laredo, Texas, doing an interview, overlooking the Rio Grande, and my interview was interrupted by a stream of human smugglers, and people shouting, "Run for the ladders, run for the fences," coming from the water, and then some went back across the river. Went over to a facility where children are being housed right now. They are the people being smuggled by cartels for profit. That's happening right now today. While we sit in here and debate this bill, it is happening right now. A child is being abused right now by cartels. And this body, the quote-unquote People's House, is doing nothing to address cartels who have ownership of our borders right now. We are not doing our job. A secure border is pro-immigrant. But instead, what we're doing today is we're going to pass legislation which is a magnet for more traffic of children. We're going to pass legislation today that empowers cartels. We're going to pass legislation today which is a Band-Aid on a broken system because this body refuses to do its constitutional duty to secure the borders of the United States. That is what we're going to do today. Meanwhile, nothing is going to improve the lives of the little girl sitting in Nuevo Laredo right now under the hands of CDN being abused for $3,000, for $7,000 to move that little girl across the river, while Border Patrol doesn't have the resources to secure the border. When I'm down on the river with a guy who's on a 3-mile stretch of the border, one guy, and he can do nothing about that flow, while narcotics and fentanyl comes across our border. So pat ourselves on the back today, Mr. Speaker, for a bill that's going to get passed, headlines, speeches given about all this is so great for immigrants. Meanwhile, immigrants today getting raped, abused, beaten, sold into indentured slavery, put into human sex trafficking because we refuse to secure the border of the United States. And we'll never get a chance to offer an amendment on the floor of this body to do anything about it. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Let us remember that the United States Senate in 2013, with 14 Republicans and the balance of Democrats, well over 60 people voting for comprehensive immigration reform. And as I recall, and perhaps the chairman can correct me, I believe $47 billion for security. Maybe the staff can shake their head that that was the right number. But it was a very substantial number. That may not be the exact number. On this side of the aisle, we pleaded with the majority, bring a comprehensive immigration bill to the floor. You were in charge. You could have brought whatever security that you wanted. You could have brought comprehensive immigration reform to the floor. The bills that were brought to the floor bore no relationship, with all due respect, to the Senate-passed bipartisan bill. And so we did not achieve comprehensive immigration reform. There was no conference, there was no back and forth, there was no response to that bipartisan bill. And so, I tell my friend from Texas, yes, there is a problem. There's a problem in trafficking, and we need to deal with it. But I also tell this House what it ought to know is that the immigration system is broken. I wait for somebody to arise and say, no, it's fine. Nobody believes it's fine, Mr. Speaker. These bills are not comprehensive immigration reform, but they are supported by the American people because they know that Dreamers, TPS, DED, are adding to this country's value. Mr. Speaker, for 135 years, America's bright beacon to the world has been that statue that stands in New York Harbor, lifts her lamp beside the golden door. For those who are yearning to breathe free. My father came through that door. He was 32 years of age in 1934. He came from Denmark. He came for the reason most come. Not fleeing, however, from a dangerous land, as some are now doing, but looking for opportunity and a better life. They have come throughout our history from every corner of the world, braving hardship and seeking opportunity, arriving here to build businesses, raise families, and contribute to strengthening communities. Dreamers have done that. They did not come at their instance. They came at their parents' instance or somebody else's instance. But they are here, and they know America as their home. Immigrants are a reason why America became one of the world's most powerful and most prosperous country. For years now, however, our immigration and visa system has been terribly broken. So much so that millions in this country live in fear, holding their breaths every day, that they could be deported to faraway lands that are not their homes. Because America is their home. For Dreamers, it has been their home since their earliest days. And today, this House is going to take action, as we did last Congress, to help them breathe easier. The minority leader and I were at a meeting at the White House some years ago. And the president, then President Trump, said, if you send me a Dreamers bill, I'll sign it. Well, we never sent it. Minority Leader and I negotiated, along with others, the administration and Senator Durbin and I and the Minority Leader and Senator Cornyn. We didn't get there, sadly. This bill will correct the wrong that has brought fear and uncertainty to so many Americans. Yes, Americans. American is their home and their country. We are talking about patriotic and law-abiding residents, many of whom have been here for decades and are working to build a strong community and serving on the front lines of this pandemic as healthcare professionals, first responders, and essential workers. We owe them the chance to live without fear of deportation and family separation. There are other problems we ought to talk about, and we have talked about, but certainly these Dreamers and those from TPS who have been here for a long period of time and DED, this bill is just for them. When I say just, I don't mean solely, I mean justice. We passed the American Dream and Promise Act last Congress with bipartisan support. And I hope we can do the same today. I want to thank Representative Roybal Allard for her leadership on H.R. 6, and all those in the Hispanic caucus, and all those, and yourself, Mr. Speaker, for the extraordinary work you've done. We're also voting, of course, today on another immigration bill this week, H.R. 1603, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. I rise in support of that as well. This legislation offered by Chairwoman Lofgren would provide a pathway to permanent legal residency to undocumented agricultural workers and their families who are living here and filling a critical economic need from which we benefit, every one of us, every day. And that is the food on our table. Without that change, workers and their employers would continue to operate under a cloud of uncertainty and instability. These reforms are long overdue, and I want to thank Chairwoman Lofgren for her work to bring them to the floor. I hope, as part of a broader immigration reform efforts, that we can address the status of seasonal non-agricultural workers on H-2B, who contribute so much to our economy and communities working in landscaping, hospitality, and in my own state of Maryland, the crab industry. After the House passes this legislation and H.R. 6, I hope the Senate will move quickly to send them to President Biden for his signature. The DREAM Act, the Dream and Promise Act, some 75% of Americans are for that. We've been passing legislation the overwhelming majority of Americans are for, and somehow the Senate didn't get it or didn't care. Hopefully this year they will. If enacted, these two bills would provide a pathway to permanent legal status for some 3 to 4 million people. They're here. They're among us. They help us. They work with us. They pay taxes. Let's bring them out from under the cloud of being kicked out. This legislation today is a major achievement and will hasten the moment when 3 to 4 million immigrants and their families can breathe a little easier, a little freer, knowing they are welcomed and valued here in America, that they are truly a part of this country. And I urge my colleagues to support both of these pieces of legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just point out, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader, it's just not accurate what he said. Republicans 2 years ago had bills that were much more comprehensive than what the Democrats are bringing to the floor this week. We had a bill that dealt with merit-based immigration, E-Verify, ag workers enforcement, border security. So it's just not accurate to say our plan wasn't comprehensive. We had two bills, as the Republican leader mentioned. So with that, I would yield 1 minute to the Republican leader, the gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Republican leader of Judiciary. He is correct that Republicans were in the majority, brought two bills to the floor. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind you and the others, and even the majority leader, that not one Democrat voted for either of those. Not one voted for one to move to the Senate. They actually denied the bill from going to the Senate, even if you wanted to change it to become law. Just a little truth in history. Mr. Speaker, I am going to say something that President Biden refuses to say. There is a crisis on our southern border. It's a humanitarian crisis. It's a public health crisis, a national security crisis. It is a Biden border crisis, and it is spiraling out of control with no signs of ending. When candidate Biden told migrants in June, immediately surge to the border, I knew his immigration policies would be bad. But I did not think it would be this bad. I did not think that would mean 13,000 unaccompanied minors in the U.S. custody. I did not think it would mean moving them from border facilities across the country, 1,000 of them to Midland, Texas, 3,000 to Dallas, and likely to more cities tomorrow. I didn't think the Biden administration would require COVID tests for American citizens entering the country, but not to illegal immigrants. I did not think Biden's own DHS secretary would have to admit that we are, and I quote, on pace to encounter more individuals on the southwest border than we have in the last 20 years, Mr. Speaker. I didn't think I would hear the president of Mexico refer to our President Joe Biden as the migrant president. And I did not think it would only take 2 months to create the worst border crisis in the history of America. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what happened. When I visited the border on Monday, one thing was abundantly clear. This crisis, Mr. Speaker, started on midnight, January 20th. It started when President Biden stopped building the wall, even though there are only a few miles left to complete. And when he made that decision, he had to even pay more money to the contractors to break the contract. And when he promised to make all 11 million illegal immigrants citizens. Now, my colleague, Mr. Jimenez of Florida, spoke with a family from Honduras about their journey to the border. He asked them how long the trek was. 22 days, they said. This story of this family is a story we've heard from many, and it's not unique. So you see, thousands decided to cross the border now because of President Biden's promises and policies. They listened to him in June when he said you need to surge the border. As one migrant family recently told Fox News, yes, I listened to the news that they were letting people in. When I was there Monday, I was speaking to the border agents, the American citizens, and the migrants. The number one thing was clear. The crisis at the border is the worst they have ever seen. You see, when we went to El Paso, we toured the new processing facility. We built it under the last administration. It's huge, 98,000 square feet. And when I asked the chief of the Border and Customs, Chief Chavez said, we built it so large with capacity, we didn't believe it could ever meet capacity. But that day we marked history. That day they hit capacity. 1,040 people, most children, unaccompanied. You know what it meant when you hit capacity? That meant 120 border agents got pulled off the border to protect us to go into the center. That's what a crisis looks like, even if the administration won't say it. We also saw overworked Border Patrol agents in the El Paso facility. I do, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank them. What they're being asked to do is extraordinary. The pressure on them. The pressure from the administration not to allow press to see what's happening. The pressure of overcapacitated of the number of people there. The pressure to do it under a pandemic. That's what a crisis looks like. When we sat and talked to the doctor, the medical unit, he told us it's approximately 10% of every immigrant has COVID. But they're not tested. You see, that's only for American citizens when they re-enter. But they're not tested and they're sent to other cities. And as many as know here, you could be tested and you're positive, but the person you've been standing around, put into one unit with for a number of days, sleeping very close next to, having to interact the entire time in one unit, closed unit, that you'll come positive in the next 5 days. But that's okay because you'll be shipped to another city. But that city has been trying to combat this pandemic. Who knows what happens next? And more alarming, the most alarming, Mr. Speaker, was when we were briefed in Monument 3 in El Paso. They told us that they've caught people on the terrorist watch list. I know, Mr. Speaker, you would be concerned about that. I was alarmed. I questioned further. It's not just people on the terrorist watch list. We found people from other nations, from Iran, from Turkey. But Mr. Speaker, when I went to the press conference right after that, I mentioned that because I think every American, one terrorist is too much in this nation that could get through. I believe, Mr. Speaker, you believe that too. But Congressman Gallego, the chairman of the Subcommittee of Intelligence and Special Operations, and Mr. Speaker, he also represents a border state. I thought he would tweet arm in arm to stop this. But you know what he said, Mr. Speaker? He tweeted on Monday that I was either lying or I was wrong. because he hadn't heard anything about it. I believe he even challenged because he had such high clearance, because he's on intel. And Congresswoman Escobar, she represents part of El Paso. I thought she would be very concerned too, because this is where they're entering, where they caught these people on a terrorist watch list. Not everybody gets put on one. Mr. Speaker, what she said was, I was trying to fuel the division. Fuel the division. Because I just told something that a terrorist was caught coming through. But on Tuesday, Axios confirmed 4 people matching terrorist watch list arrested at the border. 3 from Yemen, Mr. Speaker, and 1 from Serbia. Biden's DHS secretary also confirmed that this indeed happened. I'm not sure if their Twitter account is down or if they've been blocked, but I have not heard an apology or a correction. I know Twitter does that to members of Congress, but I hope they're back on and I will soon get the apology or the acknowledgement of a correction and the respect. If members with security clearance haven't heard about the terrorist threats on the border, I suggest they pay closer attention to the classified briefings. Mr. Speaker, the responsibility for this crisis rests squarely on the shoulders of President Biden. After weeks of claiming they could handle it, his administration is now attempting to blame the growing crisis on the previous president. But nothing could be further from the truth. Words and actions have meanings, and Biden has sent the message that our border is open. So there is no question that President Biden provoked the problem. The question is, how can we stop it? Mr. Speaker, when I was there in El Paso, 150 miles of the wall was supposed to be built. At that midnight on January 20th, 133 miles had been finished. Instead of finishing the project, they stopped. You could go to the ranch where they took down the old barrier because they were going to put the new wall. There is nothing there. It's not just people coming across illegally. Animals move back and forth. So far, the Biden administration and congressional Democrats aren't providing any solutions. Mr. Speaker, we want to solve this problem. That's why I sent a letter to the president 2 weeks ago to sit down. When the president said we should surge, immigrants should surge to the border, we understood what he meant. So all those that were seeking asylum automatically got in. COVID or not, no test required. We saw that the Biden administration, which told migrants, we aren't saying don't come, just don't come now. You see, that was from the secretary. Those are really strong words. But Mr. Speaker, what moved me the most was speaking to a border agent. He was a father, spoke to one that was a mother, talking about the unaccompanied children. Told me a story of walking upon a child who was 1-year-old, 3-year-old, and 5-year-old, all holding hands. No one in sight for miles away. No one in sight for miles away. It's remarkable that they got there. But the question was, how many didn't make it? How many didn't make it? How many lives have been lost or abused? Simply because they heard a message. Or you stopped the PACER program. Or you changed from Remain in Mexico. Or you stopped finishing the wall that was almost complete. Mr. Speaker, those who defend the border told me that they've never seen so much fentanyl as they had in the last month. They've never seen the tactics that were used of storming the wall all at once. Just in this one small section, if you looked, it would just go a number of blocks. 100 to 200 people a night are apprehended. We saw that last week with the Democrats' so-called COVID relief bill, $22 billion in health care subsidies that illegal immigrants are eligible for. Another clear message. But $0 are dedicated to helping the men and women patrolling the border. And Mr. Speaker, they need the help. They're stretched so thin. They're stretched so thin in the middle of COVID where they deal with something where they're not even testing for COVID, but they have to interact. This new facility, 98,000 square feet. It is a beautiful facility. New. Already met capacity for the first time in history with the new administration. But if you looked across into the parking lot, the dirt parking lot, where the border agents have to park, they were moving their cars, you see. They had to put up tents because the surge is so great. You see, they listened to the words of candidate Biden, and they watched the actions of President Biden. But there's no new money. I know that COVID bill was the largest, well, shouldn't call it COVID, it's less than 9% for it. But Mr. Speaker, do you realize in that bill, prisoners will get more money than the Border Patrol? Do you realize that they're going to have to use their own operation money to stretch so thin? So not only could the Border Patrol not be on the border, now they're taking any money for the future to deal with the surge today. The American people deserve leaders who will work with the seriousness of purpose what this crisis requires. That is why I wrote a letter to President Biden 2 weeks ago asking to meet about the crisis. Since then, the crisis has only gotten worse, but unfortunately, the President still hasn't responded. So today, I sent President Biden a second letter offering to relay what we learned at the border since he refuses to go there. But I believe it would benefit from a hearing of what we saw and heard. Mr. Speaker, if the President won't go there, and the President puts orders to deny the press from learning so the American people can't know, I think it would behoove him to hear from the people who are there. I also introduced 5 solutions based on the information from our trip. All of them are rooted in the basic idea that we are both a nation of immigrants and a nation of laws. Mr. Speaker, I know you're proud of your heritage, and I'm proud of mine like every single American. I know how many of us come from immigrant families. I know when you walk into my office, which you have been, Mr. Speaker, you will look on my wall. You will see the documents of Ellis Island. April 23rd of this year will mark the 100th anniversary of my grandfather, Guido Palladino, coming from Italy. As a young child, boarding a ship to come here for a better life. You see, America believes in immigration. But there is no time to break the law and come illegally. There is a process to come here. If we implement now, these common sense solutions would help to stop the border crisis. Mr. Speaker, as I said early, the Biden border crisis is a humanitarian, health, and national security crisis, and it's deteriorating quickly. To protect our citizens from further harm, our government must send a clear and united message to the citizens of Mexico and Central America. That message is simple. There is never a right time to break the law and enter the United States illegally. The time for delay, denial, and distraction is over. Mr. Speaker, I know you care about this issue. I know you care about what's happening at the border. Mr. Speaker, I ask you, convey that to the President. If he cares as much as you, he would travel there. I know it's tough to travel, but when you have Air Force One, and I know he's got a schedule, it's not far to fly to the border. His own secretary has said this is the worst it's been in 20 years. Mr. Speaker, there's not one law that has passed here that created that crisis. Mr. Speaker, it's to all your constituents and all those in America. There's been terrorists who have caught. There are children walking in the desert by themselves. There are cartels making a fortune off the parts and disadvantaging of America. We're in the middle of a pandemic where people are not being tested but shipped to other cities. This isn't political, Mr. Speaker. This is about this nation. Join with us on our letter. Let's solve this problem together. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute and 15 seconds to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are here today, my colleagues, to talk about our dreamers, the precious resource that we have in our country. But of course, unfortunately, what we are hearing is as much fear-mongering as possible by our Republican colleagues about immigrants. My name was mentioned, and the minority leader chose to come into my safe and secure community earlier this week to use my community as a prop, so I need to respond. In 2019, Mr. Speaker, I led CODELS to El Paso and brought nearly 20% of Congress to my community. I invited everyone. I stood in the well, invited Republicans, Democrats, everyone. Only Democrats took me up on my offer to see the entire picture, not just law enforcement, but to meet with advocates, attorneys, everyone who makes up the system of immigration on the border. Not a single Republican attended. Last session, we as a Congress passed a number of bills, including supplemental bills, to address what was happening on the border and to address immigration. No Republicans supported our effort. Last week, when the minority leader, when I learned he was coming into my community, I sent him a letter, invited him to meet with everyone who was available to help give him the full picture. He refused. Their strategy is the same strategy they've employed with COVID: do nothing. We will finally address this. I rise to support our dreamers and H.R. 6. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would just point out, I was at the border 2 years ago, the Rio Grande sector. Mr. Roy was at the border last week. Mr. McCarthy was at the border this week. The previous speaker, Mr. Speaker, said that, you know, Republicans didn't come when we've all been down there and seen what goes on. And just this week, we've been down there to see the current crisis. Now I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Yeah,
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
First of all, thank you for yielding. We take up this bill at a time when 3 times as many people are crossing the border, almost 3 times as many are crossing the border as were this time last year. Under President Obama, it was a bad day if you had 1,000 contacts at the border. Now we're having 3,000 a day. These bills are being introduced advertising that people who come here legally are suckers, and we're going to give preference to people who didn't come here legally. I would further like to ask we delay the vote until the Biden administration removes the muzzling of the Border Patrol. We do not really know what's going on at the border when this most opaque of administrations tells the Border Patrol that they cannot tell press or congressmen what's going on. James Madison must be spinning in his grave. He gave the press freedom, and they refused to use it. I yield.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, dreamers are American citizens in every sense of the word. For most, America is the only home they've ever known. Despite what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle argue, dreamers are not a drain on the economy. Dreamers contribute to our economy by adding an estimated $42 billion to the GDP every year. That's 6 times more than the cost of DACA. They participate in our workforce, own small businesses, create jobs, pay taxes, and spend billions of dollars every year on goods and services. And most importantly, they enrich our lives and are valued members of our communities. And when the pandemic hit, over 62,000 dreamers stepped up and provided life-saving health care to all of us. And now it's our turn to look out for our neighbors, our coworkers, and friends. They've earned the right to call America home. H.R. 6 provides a path to citizenship for dreamers, as well as temporary protected status and deferred enforced recipients. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. There's nothing more American than the DREAM Act. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The crisis at the border is astounding in its scale as thousands of illegal immigrants, enabled by drug cartels and human traffickers, enter the country on a daily basis, many of them unaccompanied minors untested for COVID-19. And yet our colleagues across the aisle accuse us of using this crisis at the border as an excuse. Context matters, and policies have consequences. This is a surge at levels we have never seen before. And it's a direct reaction to the Biden administration dispensing with numerous measures which protected our southern border. Yet it's another day of political theater today on the House floor and another set of bills without any real debate. In addition to the lackluster effort here in Congress, our president needs to enforce our laws. I and 20 of my colleagues from Texas recently urged the Texas Attorney General to hold the president's feet to the fire and enforce the laws, such as Title 42. The president can use whatever language he wants to describe what's happening on our southern border, but his reckless policies are creating a disastrous situation for Texans, putting our health and safety in grave jeopardy. Today could have been an opportunity for real debate and to send a message that this manufactured crisis needs to stop and make true reforms to our immigration system, yet that could not be further from the truth. It's obvious we have a broken immigration system, but Democrats' flagrant disregard of laws to appease the far left is dangerous and out of touch with the challenges real Americans are facing right now. Ignoring laws such as Title 42, denying a border crisis, that's not leadership. And Texans know better than to take that sitting down. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 45 seconds.
I thank the chairman. I had prepared remarks, but I cannot let the minority leader's remarks go unanswered. Some of my colleagues are aware of this. I was born in Minority Leader McCarthy's district in Bakersfield, California. My parents came to this country 40 years ago as refugees, and because of the incredible freedoms and opportunities that our wonderful country has to offer, we've been able to live the American dream. How dare he denigrate a majority that is working to ensure that that dream remains secure for thousands of dreamers in his district, in my district, across the United States, young people who live in fear, young people who have known no other country but the United States as their home. That's what this bill is about. Let's pass H.R. 6. Let's ensure that these dreamers are treated the way they should be, as Americans.
Gentleman's time's expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the American people are a generous people, instinctively drawn to the idea of amnesty. It's a fine word, amnesty. A general pardon for offenses, an act of forgiveness for past offenses. Of course, in the immigration arena, amnesty means not only pardon or forgiveness for violating our law, but also a grant of important rights, ultimately the privilege of citizenship. Sometimes that important distinction can be overlooked. But what is particularly despicable in the present legislation is that Democrats exploit that fundamental spirit of generosity by misleading the American people about the scope of the proposed amnesty, its recipients, and its implications. They would have you believe that this legislation responds to those President Obama dubbed dreamers. In the gentlewoman from California's description, it is a 17-year-old who worked hard, became a model student, quarterback on the high school football team, who doesn't even remember the time before he lived in the United States. But this bill is not the DREAM Act. Rather, it crushes the dreams of American workers. It's not for only 641,000 active DACA recipients. In this bill, Democrats want to provide amnesty for more than 2.9 million illegal immigrants, including even people who entered the United States illegally by January 1st, 2021, just over 2 months ago. And all at a time when our unemployment rate is over 6% and the working Americans are hardest pressed by this economic impacts of Democrats' affinity for lockdowns. This bill also allows dangerous criminals and gang members to gain amnesty benefits, even if they've been convicted of multiple misdemeanors. If this bill is signed into law, adults from Syria, Yemen, Sudan, Somalia, Liberia, and Venezuela will receive amnesty. We know this body should be prioritizing relief for American citizens, not illegal immigrants. I urge my colleagues to reject this misleading rhetoric and this dangerous bill.
Well done.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
The FBI, the Secretary of Homeland Security, said the greatest threat to America is domestic terrorism, white racism, white supremacy, not babies who have come here innocently and through no fault of their own. I rise with great enthusiasm to support H.R. 6 and to join my colleague, Congressman Robel Allard, in her work for 2 decades. We have stood alongside of each other. The American Dream and Promise Act provides immigrant youth and current or potential holders of temporary protected status or deferred enforced departure the opportunity to become citizens. This is the very same person, this person, his name is Alonzo Gillian. He was a DACA. He died coming to Houston during Hurricane Harvey trying to save lives. Or Cesar Espinoza, who organized a civil rights organization, a DACA recipient, or the EMS person who worked with us during Hurricane Harvey. These are the persons, or Liberians on deferred status, and TPS persons. Let me just say, support this because it's the right thing to do. They're not terrorists. It is not asylum.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
It is not
Madam Speaker, we would reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you. When we came to Congress in 2006, my class of 06, Mr. Jordan, we were offered the opportunity to go to Harvard University for a seminar. We were told there that one of the greatest problems facing this country was a lack of workers, that our birth rate was declining, and that we needed more people to come to this country and more workers to supply our workforce and our economy. Those situations have not gotten better. These dreamers are trained in America. They've been educated in America. They're talented. They're smart. Not are we only doing them the right thing by giving them this pathway to citizenship, but we're doing the right thing for America because we need their talent to make this country even greater. That's why I support the Dreamers Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
Gentleman's recognized. 45 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6, the American Dream and Promise Act. Dreamers have been waiting far too long for meaningful congressional action. By passing H.R. 6, we are telling dreamers all over our country, we see you, we hear you, and we know your home is here in the United States of America. Arizona is fortunate to have nearly 24,000 DACA recipients. They are teachers, community organizers, essential workers, contributing greatly to our economy. In this pandemic, they make sure our grocery stores' shelves are stocked and our families are fed. They work long shifts in COVID hospital wings and now are vaccinating our communities. That's who they are, giving back and contributing an estimated $240 million in taxes yearly in Arizona alone. Dreamers are essential to rebuilding our economy, and it's long past time we put them on a path to citizenship. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, the gentleman from Ohio. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 6. As a first-generation American, I know firsthand the opportunities that America provides. I understand why every person on this planet should want to come to this beautiful country. We are a land of immigrants, built on hard work and blessed by freedoms that are protected by law and order and secured by our Constitution. I sympathize with the dreamers, I really do. But this bill should not be considered before addressing our broken immigration system that led to this very problem. Providing amnesty to dreamers while ignoring the crisis at the border is like cleaning up spilled water before fixing the broken pipe. If Congress fails to reform our immigration system and fails to secure our borders, future migrants will be subjected to the same situation in which dreamers today find themselves. We need to fix our broken immigration system and secure our borders. And if my colleagues are sincere about their care and passion for the dreamers, they should work with us to secure the border today so that the dreamers have a chance tomorrow. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House.
The distinguished speaker is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding once again. I salute him for his leadership, the third bill in 2 days that he has brought to the floor. Thank you. Yesterday for the ERA and Violence Against Women Act. Today, here we are in this legislation, here for the dreamers. Madam Speaker, this issue is near and dear to my heart, but more importantly, to my head. This is so important for our country. 3 years ago, I came to the floor and I spoke about our dreamers for 8 hours and 6 minutes. Have no fear, I will not use my speaker's minute to that extent today. But I wish I could, because I have so much to say about what dreamers mean to America. So I rise with tremendous pride, joy, and hope this day that as the House prepares to take this momentous step toward our democracy, passing H.R. 6, the Dream and Promise Act. I want to salute some of our leaders in Congress as I acknowledge the distinguished chair, Mr. Nadler of the committee, but Congresswoman Lucille Roybal-Allard, the godmother of this legislation, who carries forth a commitment to our newcomers to our country. It's in her DNA, same commitment of her father, the late Mr. Chairman Ed Roybal, as he championed newcomers to our nation. She has been with this legislation for 20 years that I know of. And it was she and Howard Berman who introduced it initially a generation ago. 10 years ago, she authored this legislation, and we were successful on the floor. And we were successful in passing it in the House because of the leadership of Congresswoman Roybal-Allard, but also Chairwoman Nydia Velázquez, who at the time was the chair of the Hispanic Caucus. And the Hispanic Caucus really led the way, taught the Congress about what dreamers mean to America in case that had not been within the experience of our members. Nydia, and in this legislation today, Nydia Velázquez has the promise, this is Dreamers and Promise, she has the promise TPS and DED, and again, very important to our country. Yvette Clarke from the Congressional Black Caucus, who is very much a part of all of this today, has the TPS piece of this. And I was so pleased to hear this morning the CAPAC, the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, have Congresswoman Strickland of African American and Korean descent speak in terms of what this means to the Asian Pacific American community, something that Chair Judy Chu reminds us of every day. So this is now gone beyond the Hispanic Caucus to the Black Caucus, the Asian Pacific Caucus, and to all of us in the Congress. This legislation is protecting dreamers and TPS and DED recipients, honors the truth that immigrants are the constant reinvigoration of our country. When they come here with their hopes and dreams and aspirations, these parents bringing their children, their hopes and dreams and aspirations for a better future for their children, that courage, that determination, those aspirations are American traits, and they all make America more American with all of that. Indeed, they are true and legitimate heirs, these dreamers are, of our founders. E pluribus unum, from many one. We talk about that all the time. Many in this chamber have been part of the fight to protect our patriotic dreamers for years. As I said, when I stood here for 8 hours and 6 minutes, the longest speech and record in the House, in history about the Dreamers, I was reading letters that my members were handing me, the story of the Dreamers. And then Mr. Stanton mentioned, there are teachers, there are professionals, there are CEOs, there are entrepreneurs. They contribute to our community in every way. And I was so pleased to hear him talk about that, because one of the first meetings I ever was to about Dreamers was under the leadership of one of his predecessors, well, not his, but the predecessor of some of our members from Arizona. That would be Congressman Pastor, Mr. Chairman Pastor. Mr. Grijalva and Harry Mitchell, all three, had a meeting at Arizona State University about helping these young people. That was in 2007. So this has been going on for a while. Next month, as I mentioned, marks the 20th year since the DREAM Act was introduced by Congresswoman Roybal Allard, and it was on a bipartisan basis. Sadly, at the Senate, when we passed it 10 years ago, it was on a bipartisan basis. We couldn't prevail with 60 votes in the Senate. But since then, millions of Americans have come together to organize and mobilize for Dreamers, labor leaders, the business community, faith organizations, national security officials, law enforcement, and more. We often talk about Dreamers having the support of the 3 Bs. Badges in terms of law enforcement, Bible in terms of faith-based, and the business community. And the true VIPs of the moment are the Dreamers and immigrants who have spoken out with great dignity and eloquence, refusing to be forced back into the shadows. This determination has made a difference. It is their courage that is sending this legislation to the Senate and then to the President's desk. Before I close, I want to acknowledge the work of Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, the chair of the Immigration Subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee. Zoe Lofgren is also the chair of the House Administration Committee, so I call her Madam Chairman, Madam Chairman. She has, Madam Chair, she has taught immigration law. She has been an immigration lawyer, and she chairs the Immigration Committee. We could not be better served than by her intricate knowledge of immigration law, both on this legislation, we'll take up next or later, the farm worker mobilization legislation. So I thank Zoe Lofgren for that. Again, Dreamers, TPS, DED recipients are American in every way. They have lived and worked in our country for decades, if not their entire lives, and they are an integral thread in the fabric of our nation. For the Dreamers, it's less time, for the others more. Dreamers power our businesses, our economy, our CEOs and taxpayers, all of them do. They advance innovation and America's technological edge as entrepreneurs and researchers. They protect our national security and military might and service members and civilian experts. That's why I'm so grateful to Congresswoman, Madam Chair Roybal Allard, Madam Chair Velasquez, Chair Judy Chu, and Congresswoman Strickland for advancing this legislation to help Dreamers, TPS, and DED recipients. So many of the front lines of the pandemic are there are frontline here. Healthcare workers, first responders, transportation, sanitation, food workers, our teachers, our teachers, our teachers. There's so much of our country. These immigrant communities strengthen, enrich, and ennoble our nation, and they must be allowed to stay. There's nothing partisan about protecting Dreamers, TPS, and DE recipients. The DREAM Act has long had bipartisan support in both chambers. Support for TPS and DE recipients is also bipartisan in the country. Nearly 3/4 of the public support a path to citizenship. I always love to quote President Reagan. In his last speech as President of the United States, his last speech, this is his last message as President to the American people, he said, "Thanks to each wave of new arrivals to this land of opportunity, we're a nation forever young, forever bursting with energy and new ideas, and always on the cutting edge, always leading the world into the next frontier. This quality is vital to the future, our future as a nation. If we ever close the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would soon be lost. With that, I urge a bipartisan vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, could I inquire the amount of time remaining for each side?
Gentleman from Ohio has 13 minutes. Gentleman from New York has 14 3/4 minutes.
We'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
Gentleman's recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I swear, sometimes I stand in this chamber and I feel like I'm in the twilight zone listening to a number of my Republican colleagues espouse white supremacist ideology to denigrate our dreamers, our wonderful dreamers. I'm over here standing with the clear understanding that this bill does not go far enough. I want to share the story of a constituent of mine, Mr. Paul Peerless of our Spring Valley, New York community, who was deported to Haiti, a country where he had never even been, in apparent defiance of the president's 100-day executive order. We need a bill that goes further. I'm going to vote for this, but we need a bill that goes further, that forgives people who make mistakes. And Mr. Peerless, in his case, made a mistake in his early 20s. We need a bill that allows him to return home. And I'm going to be fighting for that moving forward. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I'll tell you what this bill does. Page 51, Section 310, grant program to assist applicants. The Secretary shall establish within U.S. Citizen and Immigration Service a program to award grants. So while there's a disaster on the border, so much so that we have to send FEMA there, this bill not only gives amnesty to illegals, it uses American tax dollars to help the illegals apply for amnesty. Such a deal for the American taxpayer. Such a deal for the American. That's what this legislation does. That's what this bill's about. At a time when we've got chaos on the border, this bill gives amnesty to 3 million illegals and uses American tax dollars to help those same illegals apply for the amnesty. I mean, the disrespect that the Democrats have for the American taxpayer, it's astounding to me. It is truly astounding. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find the name, the Dream and Promise Act, quite a nightmare, because while this may be a bill that will help some, it destroys the dreams of the American children. And the contradictory and the hypocrisy in this entire bill can be summed up in this way. I've heard over and over, Madam Speaker, these dreamers are our frontline workers. They've been in harm's way. They've helped with this pandemic. And yet, we're going to open the border and allow people into our country that do not have a COVID test. We are putting our dreamers in harm's way. I find the hypocrisy of this bill somewhat puzzling. But I also want to point out that this bill allows those convicted of dangerous crimes, including MS-13 and other gang members, to receive a green card by including the following exceptions if the applicants with multiple misdemeanors and convictions, even if the crime was violent or resulted in death or bodily injury, they can still get a green card. It will not take into account violent crimes committed as a juvenile when adjudicating for the application. So I would strongly urge a no on this. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Gentlelady is recognized for 45 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Dream and Promise Act. But before I continue with my remarks, I want to remind Mr. Jordan and the others across the aisle that no human being is illegal. We are all children of God. That's why I've dedicated my life in public service to help immigrants who come to the U.S. in search of a prosperous and dignified life. Since 2001, when the DREAM Act was first conceived, dreamers have waited. In 2012, DACA enabled eligible young adults to work lawfully, attend school, and contribute to society without the constant threat of deportation. However, dreamers are still waiting. In Texas, over 213,000 dreamers contribute $963 million in local, state, and federal taxes and have played a critical role in our state's response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Gentlelady's time's
Dreamers
expired.
have waited. It is time for us to deliver. We should treat them with respect. I urge
Gentlelady's
passage.
time's expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman's recognized for 45 seconds.
Let me thank the gentleman for yielding. Let me just bring back to the issue at hand, which is our dreamers. Dreamers are taxpayers. They obey the law. They work. They go to school. They're firefighters. They're police officers. They're nurses. Dreamers are Jose Angel Garibay. This man from my district, he made the ultimate sacrifice for this United States, his adopted country. Orange County's first Iraqi war death, Jose Angel Garibay, killed in action March 23, 2003. At the age of 21, he became Orange County's first combat casualty in Iraq. Jose Angel Garibay did the right thing. He sacrificed his life for his country. Let us do the right thing and pass this legislation to honor dreamers. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the ranking member from Ohio, Mr. Jordan. Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose H.R. 6. Under the leadership of President Trump, illegal border crossings dropped dramatically and our border was secured. Since taking office, President Biden has halted construction of our border security, attempted a moratorium on deportations, and in so doing created significant incentives for illegal immigrations. In February, over 100,000 illegal immigrants were apprehended at our southern border, 3 times the amount from the same month the year previous. Speaking to Border Patrol agents, Republicans and Democrats are told the same thing. This is a humanitarian crisis. Violent cartels are taking advantage of innocent people to smuggle drugs into our country. Yet the Biden administration places a gag order, Madam Speaker, on CBP agents. What is going on here? Are we going to face the problem or are we going to hide it with gag orders? Now, Democrats are introducing H.R. 6, which only exasperates the Biden policies at the border by creating the incentive of amnesty with no discussion of border security. Madam Speaker, it is time for the House to wake up. This disastrous policy is in full view. There is no hiding from it. We should oppose H.R. 6 on humanitarian grounds. I yield back.
The distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlelady is recognized for 45 seconds.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6, the Dream and Promise Act, to put Dreamers, TPS, and DED immigrants on a path to citizenship. These are our friends, neighbors, and colleagues. They've graduated from our schools, served in our military, and worked in our communities. And during the pandemic, they've kept our country running with over 200,000 Dreamers and over 130,000 TPS holders in essential jobs at hospitals, grocery stores, and schools. As the chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, I know this is important to so many, including the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, who are 7% of the entire population, but 16% of the undocumented. That means there are well over 100,000 Asian American immigrants who urgently need relief. This bill means so much to so many. I urge a yes vote for H.R. 6.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Chair, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As an original co-lead of this legislation, I rise today in support of the bill that is near and dear to my heart, H.R. 6, the Dream and Promise Act. As the proud daughter of Jamaican immigrants, I understand the need for the Dream and Promise Act, and more importantly, we need a humane and dignified 21st century immigration system. Comprehensive immigration reform is what is required. Because let me be very clear, crystal clear, our immigration system is broken. And the time has come for the values of our nation to be reflected in our immigration policy. However, this is not just a moral issue, it is an economic one as well. If COVID-19 has taught us anything, essential workers are the lifeblood of our economy. They've risked their lives during a global pandemic to serve and support and protect American communities. We've relied on them during this crisis, and it's time to give them a way out of the shadows. Let's pass H.R. 6, the Dream and Promise Act. Let's see it through the Senate, and let's get it signed into law. I yield back.
Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
For what time?
1 minute, I'm sorry.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in opposition of this bill because we have a crisis along our southern border. We have record number of migrants seeking to come into our country. The number of unaccompanied children illegally crossing the border increased 63% last month. This is truly a humanitarian and security crisis, but the current administration is not adequately addressing it. In fact, they're not addressing it at all. Instead of doing more to protect our border, the administration is rolling back policies that discourage this kind of mass migration. Today, we're considering a bill that does nothing to solve the problem. In fact, it shows that there are no repercussions for breaking our laws and encourages more to attempt to enter the country illegally. We need a comprehensive and bipartisan solution to this crisis that discourages entering illegally and rewards following the law. Thank you, and I yield back.
It's back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
I rise on behalf of those who teach, who heal, who protect, who study, and for those whose entrepreneurial talent advances our economy, for all of our dreamers. They have so much to contribute, and they're American in every way except on paper. For so many long years, they've been burdened with uncertainty because of the anti-immigrant hysteria whipped up by these Republican fanatics. In San Antonio, in San Marcos, in Austin, I've met with them personally. Dreamers in Texas, where releasing their full potential would have such benefit to all of us. Today, let's move forward to reject the Republican nightmare and achieve the dream so that these deserving young people may truly share in the entire American dream. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fluke.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition of H.R. 6. Bringing an amnesty bill to the floor this week in the middle of a complete and total crisis on our southern border is not only tone deaf, but it is wrong. I traveled to the border on Monday and surveyed the facilities and the border and the environment. It's a mess. Thousands of people are coming across our borders illegally. If we really cared about children, we would be looking at the policies that are incentivizing the drug cartels, the traffickers, the coyotes that are bringing them across, exploiting them in every way. It's heartbreaking. Some wish our nation harm, including the individuals that have been found out to be on the terror watch list who have been apprehended crossing the border. This bill will only incentivize more illegal crossings. What a week to put this bill to vote. We cannot begin to address the issues we are facing when our border is broken. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to work with us in a bipartisan manner to secure the border and then move on. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, and let me just, first of all, say that I rise in strong support of H.R. 6, the American Dream and Promise Act. And I want to thank Congresswoman Roybal Allard, Chairman Nadler, Chairwoman Lofgren, for advancing this legislation and supporting our dreamers. It's time that we protect these young people who have never called any other country than America home. Dreamers and individuals eligible for TPS or deferred enforcement departure contribute mightily to their communities and to our economy. They deserve a pathway to citizenship. Now, the Dreamers in my state of California and in my congressional district have made so many contributions under very scary and difficult circumstances. Yes, they are as American as I am. I ask for an aye vote.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my constituent, Mr. Jose Escobar, was living his American dream, married to an American-born woman, 2 American-born children, living in an American-built house, paying American taxes. Yet, when he reported to ICE, he was taken out of the arms of his wife and baby, sent to El Salvador with $20 and the clothes on his back. It took us more than 2 years to get him home, but I went to El Salvador with his wife and we brought him home. I will support this legislation because I want no one else to experience what Mr. Jose Escobar experienced. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise for every child who was ever raised in this beautiful country but told they are not American. For every dreamer who has lived in fear that they will be forced from the only home they have ever known. Dreamers are teachers, students, and healthcare workers. They feed us, care for us, and inspire us. They strengthen our economy. Now is the moment. We must give them the same opportunities and protections that they deserve as Americans.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, when I speak to families back home, they understand that there are individuals and children in this country who were brought here through no fault of their own. They are understanding and compassionate people who want a solution that is fair and just. But something that I also hear from these same families is there's concern and fear for providing green cards and paths to citizenship to gang members and criminals. The text of this bill only compounds those fears, preventing the United States government from using readily available information to remove gang members who are national security threats and other public safety threats. This motion to recommit ensures that those individuals whose applications would be denied on the basis of criminal grounds, national security grounds, public safety risks, or as gang members are considered by the Department of Homeland Security for removal from the United States. Under H.R. 6, information provided in an application for a green card may not be used for the purposes of immigration enforcement, even if DHS denies the application or it's withdrawn. This means that if an applicant has a murder conviction, a rape conviction, or if the applicant is a gang member and DHS knows about it because of the application, DHS can't even refer that person for removal. To be clear, this MTR does not direct DHS to remove an applicant if they are denied on any other basis. Only applicants who are denied on criminal or national security grounds as public safety risks or as gang members would be affected. As crime rates skyrocket in cities across the country, the American people are asking for serious solutions. They are crying out for help, and this bill only further enables murderers, rapists, and gang members to exploit our system. If the Democrats see fit to listen to the American people and exclude these criminals and gang members from receiving green cards under H.R. 6, then they should vote for this motion to recommit to ensure those dangerous individuals are denied a safe haven here in our neighborhoods and communities where our children go to school and play.
Madam Speaker, how much time is left?
Gentleman from New York has 8 3/4 minutes left. Gentleman from Ohio has 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to distinguished Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6, the American Dream and Promise Act. How hypocritical and shameful of the other side of the aisle. They want to deny dreamers, yet those dreamers provide education and daycare services for their children. They want to deny dreamers, but those dreamers take care of their frail and elderly parents. They want to deny dreamers, but their parents pick the crops and the fruits that you eat at your table. How hypocritical, Madam Speaker. They want to deny dreamers, yet those dreamers, as members of the National Guard, protected us right here against an angry racist mob. I know that too well, Madam Speaker, because I came to this nation without no papers. And I sit as a member of Congress, and my vote is equal to any of your votes. It's equal to any of your votes because this country, you can dream, and it has promise. We will not go back, Madam Speaker. We will continue to move forward. I support H.R. 6, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this bill is critical for millions. That's why I supported it in the previous Congress. But it also contains some deep flaws that perpetuate racial injustice. I, along with 47 members, worked to eliminate those racially motivated barriers to legalization from this bill. These harmful provisions will deny immigrant youth a better future. In this moment of racial reckoning, we've missed an opportunity. Yet, I will vote for this bill, and I urge support because we can do better so that every immigrant child has a fair chance to call America home. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, don't ask the president. Ask the people of Texas, and they'll tell you the truth. Biden's unilateral actions are the cause for this unprecedented crisis. My Democrat colleagues' response to their fellow Americans, an amnesty bill that will only add fuel to the fire of the burning chaos at the southern border. Madam Speaker, how did we go from America first to America last in just days? Taken together, these perverse incentives will further encourage lawlessness, enrich cartels, enable the abuse and exploitation of the most vulnerable people, cheat those who have respected our process, compromise the health and safety of the American people, and undermine the sovereignty and security of our great nation. Don't ask the president, Madam Speaker. Ask the people of Texas, and they'll tell you the truth. The cartels are in control at the border, and the left is in control of the Democrat Party. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Pressler.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler. The tragic events of this week underscore both our responsibility and the urgency we must move to legislate our values and to stand on the side of justice. I represent the Massachusetts 7th, a district which is 40% immigrants. I rise today in solidarity with them. H.R. 6 is a critical step towards citizenship for Dreamers, TPS, and DED holders. However, the criminal bar provisions added to this bill further entangles our racist criminal legal system in the citizenship process. I want to thank Congressman Garcia and partners for leading the fight to eliminate this language. There's more work to be done, but this bill moves us in the right direction of a more just America, one which values the lives of immigrants and not just their labor. Thank you.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McClain.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today because I am absolutely furious. Every single day, 5,000 new illegal aliens cross our southern border. Every single day, more men, more women and children are smuggled across our border and being trafficked. Every single day, the drug cartels and human traffickers are raping and abusing our women and children. 1 out of 3 of these women and children are being raped. I ask the administration this: how is that not a crisis? For almost 2 months, our nation has refused to call this a crisis, what is occurring at our border. You cannot solve a problem unless you first admit there is a problem, and we have a problem. This bill today does nothing to solve that problem or even acknowledge that we have a problem. We as a Congress need to say in unison, we have a crisis at our border.
Time's
Thank you.
expired.
Good job.
Gentleman from New York.
Well done.
30 seconds, distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
There is no doubt the American Dream and Promise Act will bring much needed relief to our dreamers and our immigrant communities, and I will be voting for the bill. However, many of my constituents are disappointed that H.R. 6 includes harsh exclusions that will block many of our long-term members of our community from citizenship simply because of misdeeds, mistakes that they made years and years ago. I will continue to advocate for them, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on the Judiciary to consider the amendment to H.R. 6 to ensure that gang members do not receive any benefits under the underlying bill and are swiftly removed from the country. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
And we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
I and the Congressional Hispanic Caucus rise in support of H.R. 6, the Dream and Promise Act, which will make an incredible positive difference for our nation. It is precisely now, during a pandemic, when we need this legislation. Dreamers are doctors, nurses, lab technicians, contact tracers, and job creators. Dreamers are on the front lines of COVID-19. They strengthen our economy, and they make invaluable contributions to America. The Dream and Promise Act would provide a pathway to citizenship for Dreamers, TPS holders, and DED recipients. We must pass this bill today. I want to thank Congress. I want to thank Congress.
Gentleman's time's expired.
2 seconds. 2 seconds, Jerry Nadler.
I yield 15 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to thank the Congressional Hispanic Caucus members, Congresswoman Lucille Roybal Allard, Congresswoman Nydia Velazquez, as well as Congresswoman Yvette Clark for their remarkable efforts on this piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
There's an unprecedented crisis at the southern border. Literally hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants are crossing into the United States, stretching our patrol officers and enforcement down there to breaking point. In February of this year, over 100,000 illegals were apprehended. That's a 28% increase from the year before. And I guarantee it's only going to get worse. The projections are even more than that this coming month. The illegal border crossings are now 5 times higher than before President Biden was inaugurated. And this is all fueled by the open border policies of this administration, promising amnesty, ending the wall construction, halting deportations, handcuffing our law enforcement, and undermining border security. President Trump gave President Biden a secure southern border, and in less than 3 months, it has been dismantled. This is absolute insanity. Meanwhile, here in Washington, the Democratic majority is cheerfully.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. The Democratic Party is cheerfully pushing more legislation to incentivize more illegals coming here. We have these bills promoting amnesty. We are literally exalting illegals in this country over those who have waited years to become citizens. This is not rocket science. The Democratic Party knows this is going to create a greater crisis, and they simply don't care. It's time to stop fueling the crisis and start solving it. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
How much time do we have left?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Ohio has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in favor of dreamers who call the U.S. home. Dreamers are our neighbors, our colleagues, our classmates. They're individuals that serve as essential workers, teachers, medical personnel that fully contribute to our country and make America stronger. They pay taxes, they work, they have no criminal record, they help us, and those are the type of individuals that we need. My question is, why are we afraid of a 7-year-old? With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
I rise today as the granddaughter of immigrants in support of the American Dream and Promise Act. We need a pathway to citizenship for dreamers who arrive in the United States as children and know this country as their only home. For TPS recipients who, like my grandparents, sought refuge in the United States when crises in their home countries put their very lives at risk. These are doctors, nurses, first responders who cared for us during the pandemic. Many have served bravely as members of our military. I urge my colleagues to vote yes for our friends and neighbors who yearn to become citizens of the country they already call home.
Gentlelady's
And I
time's
yield
expired.
back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, 100 years ago, my father was born in a small medieval village in the mountaintops of southern Italy. He came to America as a young boy, and in his St. Dominic's High School yearbook, he wrote that his goal in life was to become a real American. 27 years ago, I served as the young mayor of my hometown of Glen Cove. I addressed the issue of a growing population of new immigrants from Central and South America who gathered on street corners looking for day work by creating the first day worker site anywhere on the East Coast of the United States of America. Today, those same men who gathered on street corners have their own businesses, own homes. Their children went to school with my children. One dreamer from El Salvador who graduated from high school with my daughter went on to graduate from college with a degree in biomedical engineering, got a master's in biomedical engineering, and is now pursuing a doctorate in the same subject. Today, I'll support the Dream and Promise Act for Mario and for Nelson and for all the other dreamers whose goal is, like my father's, to be a real American. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I reserve.
Okay, who seeks recognition?
Madam Speaker, we're ready to close on our side. I thought there was more.
Is the gentleman from New York ready to close?
Ready to close.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield the balance of our time, which I believe is 2 minutes, to the distinguished whip, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to this amnesty bill. And if you look at what's happening at our southern border right now, America's facing a serious crisis. Our southern border is being overrun. The facilities, the detention centers that are set up to hold people who are coming across are being overwhelmed. In fact, if you listen to what the border agents are telling us, it's total mayhem, to quote one of the border agents. Many facilities are not at 100% or 200% or 300% capacity, but even worse than that. There are kids that aren't getting enough food, that aren't being able to shower more than once a week. This is going on in American detention facilities today, and President Biden refuses to acknowledge the problem. Part of dealing with the problem is to first admit there's a problem, and President Biden doesn't even want to acknowledge it. And then on the heels of this border crisis that is going on right now, there's a bill on the House floor to create amnesty, to create a bigger magnet saying come to the southern border. The Homeland Security Secretary has been pressed repeatedly the last few days to tell people to stop coming across the border illegally, and he won't do it. He says, well, don't come right now, as if there's a time to break the law. Let's get back to legal immigration, a system that actually works for America. But when you have a crisis at the border, the last thing you should do is make it worse. That's what this bill does. We should be having an honest conversation about how to make our legal system of immigration work, not how to ignite a crisis at the border and make it worse. We know how bad it is over there. In fact, because of the encouragement to cross the border illegally, there are caravans of young kids coming across. Reports that up to a third of all the women coming across are being sexually assaulted on the journey. Stop this humanitarian crisis, reject this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, we do have a crisis in this country. The crisis consists of a shortage of workers as our birth rate goes down, as our aging goes up. We have fewer and fewer workers. And since economists tell us that the number of workers is what produces prosperity, this is a crisis for the country. Fortuitously, we have a situation where we have several million people in this country who are Americans, who were born, who have lived almost their entire lives in America, who was mentioned before, find out they weren't born in this country only when they apply for a driver's license when they're 18 years old. They are a resource for this country, and they ought to be legalized, which is what this bill does, so that we can utilize their talents properly and remain in a rule of law. Madam Speaker, organizations, associations, and industry leaders from across the political spectrum support passage of H.R. 6, the American Dream and Promise Act of 2021. They include among them United We Dream, Service Employees International Union, AFL-CIO, and these unions do not fear competition. They know it is good. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, United States Chamber of Commerce, Apple, and the National Education Association. After closing the books on 4 years of disastrous and inhumane immigration policies, today we begin a new chapter, one based on compassion, reason, and the fundamental values we hold dear as Americans. Passage of H.R. 6 is long overdue. Today's vote will dictate the future of millions of dreamers and recipients of TPS and DED and will greatly help the economy of this country. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of the Dream and Promise Act of 2021, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to House Resolution 233, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to authorize the cancellation of removal and adjustment of status of certain aliens and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Jordan of Ohio moves to recommit the bill H.R. 6 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question occurs on the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Gentleman from Ohio.
I ask for the yeas and nays, Madam
Pursuant
Speaker.
to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 6 is also postponed.
I think we're just going to run it back here. Another one.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 233, I call up H.R. 1603.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1603, a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for terms and conditions for non-immigrant workers performing agricultural labor or services and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 233, the amendment printed in Part C of House Report 117-12 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 30 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 1603.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself 2.5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 1603, the Farm Workers Modernization Act of 2021, addresses an issue of critical national importance, the growing labor challenges that are damaging the American agricultural sector. Solving this issue is paramount to the sustainability of American farming. It is also a matter of food security and thus national security. As domestic food outputs decline, we become more dependent on food imports and more vulnerable to food contamination. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed these vulnerabilities as travel restrictions impacted our food supply chain, and over 500,000 farm workers tested positive for the virus. With fewer U.S. workers turning to agricultural work as their chosen pursuit, most of today's hired farm laborers are foreign-born. Unfortunately, our immigration laws have not been updated to reflect the needs of our 21st century economy. As a result of these outdated laws, undocumented workers now comprise about half of the U.S. farm workforce. But they are living and working in a state of uncertainty and fear, which contributes to the destabilization of farms across the nation. H.R. 1603, the Farm Workers Modernization Act, addresses these challenges head-on. The bill provides temporary status to current farm workers with an optional path to a green card for those who continue to work in agriculture. The bill also addresses the nation's future labor needs by modernizing the H-2A temporary visa program while ensuring fair wages and workplace conditions for all farm workers. This is a bipartisan, balanced solution, one that we should all be able to get behind. It is a victory for farmers who have struggled with persistent labor shortages for decades. It is also a victory for farm workers who have worked tirelessly in the field, growing and harvesting food without proper labor protections or any guarantee that they can remain in this country. No acceptable solution can fail to deal with this reality. That's why H.R. 1603 is the right solution. I hope my colleagues will vote today in favor of providing a seat at America's table for those who have long grown the food we serve on it. I want to thank my friend and colleague, Ms. Lofgren of California, the chair of the Immigration Subcommittee, for her leadership and steadfast commitment to the bipartisan process that led to today's vote on the Farm Worker Modernization Act. I urge all my colleagues to support our farmers and our farm workers by supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 3 minutes to the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was no accident that when we finally won control of the border and cut the flow of low-wage labor, Americans saw the strongest wage growth in 40 years, the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years, and the lowest poverty rate in 60 years. And for the first time in decades, the wage gap between rich and poor narrowed. Now, this bill extends amnesty, green cards, and a path to citizenship to somewhere between 1 and 2.5 million illegal immigrants now working in agriculture and their families in a manner that will depress wages not just in agriculture, but in every field of the economy for years to come. If you obeyed the law and came here legally to work, you cannot qualify as a certified agricultural worker. You must have come here illegally, and you must have worked here illegally for at least 1,035 hours in the last 2 years. That's about 13 40-hour weeks a year. You get legal status for yourself and your family for the next 5.5 years. You can get indefinite extensions as long as you work in agriculture 575 hours. That's about 14 working weeks a year. You do this for between 4 and 8 years, you get a green card, your family gets green cards, and you're on a 5-year path to citizenship. The green cards give you the right to work in direct competition with American workers in any sector of the economy. Now, let me emphasize that if you came here legally and worked the same hours, you're out of luck. If you obeyed the laws, well, you're just a schmuck. It utterly escapes me how America's working families are helped by flooding the labor market with millions of low-wage workers under this program. And as these workers get green cards, they're sure to move from agriculture to higher-paying jobs, assuring a continuous need for new agricultural workers to replace them. Between the two immigration bills today, somewhere north of 4 million illegal immigrants will qualify for amnesty, legal employment, and a path to citizenship as a reward for breaking our laws. Is it any wonder that our Border Patrol is now completely overwhelmed as millions of economic refugees rush our border in expectation of the same rewards? This bill will bring a tragic end to the blue-collar economic boom that President Trump proudly announced on this floor just a year ago. And here's the real tragedy. During the Trump blue-collar boom, the poorest Americans were making the greatest gains. And it's precisely these American families who will be the most harmed by these amnesty bills. Trump had their back. Biden is on their backs. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we have come through a pandemic, our country has, and many of us have suffered. But there's one thing that we can be grateful for, and that's that the food chain was never disrupted. Throughout the pandemic, we could go to the grocery store and there would be food in that store. And for that, we need to thank the farmers of this country, but we also need to thank the farm workers of this country, a majority of whom are undocumented, a majority of whom have been here more than 10 years. Now, what this bill does and how it was formed is important. I want to thank Representative Newhouse, Representative Mike Simpson, Doug LaMalfa, and many others on the Republican side of the aisle. I worked with Jim Costa, Jimmy Panetta, Salud Garbha, and many others to try and see if we could come together to come up with solutions for the challenges that we face in farm country. We pulled together growers and the Farm Workers Union to talk together for solutions. It took us almost a year of growers and Farm Workers Union, Republicans and Democrats sitting around a table to come up with this bill. And it has basically 3 provisions. The first recognizes that we've had undocumented farm workers in our fields for decades. It allows them to get a certified agricultural worker card so that they can work without fear. That is a temporary worker status. They can renew it, they can travel, pay taxes, and continue forever in that status. After working for a long period of time, they have the option of applying for legal permanent residence if they choose, them and their families. The second provision streamlines an existing program, the H-2A program, so that we will have a legal supply of farm workers in the future. And both labor and employers agreed to those streamlines. And the final provision says if we've got a system that works, we need to enforce that system. And so we're going to have the E-Verify system used in agriculture after this bill is fully implemented. Now, who's in favor of this? The Arizona Nursery Association, the California Farm Bureau, Georgia Milk, Michigan Greenhouse, Minnesota Milk Producers, Ohio Produce Growers, the Texas Dairymen, and hundreds of other growers. I ask unanimous consent that this be made part of the record.
Without objection.
We have many others, in labor, we have the National Association of Counties, United Farm Workers, service employees, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Catholic bishops. I ask unanimous consent that this be made part of the record. I ask that we come together
without objection
and pass this bill. America will be stronger and better if we do. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, control the remainder of our time.
Without objection.
Thank you. And
Maybe you'll hand 4 minutes. Madam
Gentleman
Speaker,
from California.
I'll yield 3 minutes to Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the Biden inhumane border crisis rages on the southern border, we are here today once again debating amnesty for illegal aliens. Promising amnesty to those who are already here illegally encourages more aliens to come illegally. All data for the last 35 years shows that there is this correlative relationship. Instead of voting on amnesty, we should be voting on real reforms to close loopholes and remove incentives for aliens to come here illegally. That's why I reintroduced the Fund and Complete the Border Wall Act earlier this year and introduced the Stopping Border Surges Act earlier this week. These bills include real reforms that will have real impacts. So the Stopping Border Surges Act fixes problems caused by the Flores Settlement Agreement that prevents DHS from detaining family units for more than 20 days, ensures that unaccompanied alien children are quickly and safely returned home, and promotes increased integrity in the asylum system. This bill, however, will actually cause more problems than it will solve. It has serious flaws that will lead to fraud and abuse. This bill gives the Secretary broad authority to waive grounds of inadmissibility for humanitarian purposes, family unity, or because the waiver is otherwise in the public interest. And what that means is that convicted criminals will have an opportunity to gain amnesty. This bill invites fraudulent applications because under this bill, if you apply for amnesty, your receipt serves as your authorization to work. All you have to do is apply for the amnesty, and you will be able to work legally. There is no way that this will not lead to fraudulent filings. This bill establishes grant programs to use taxpayer dollars to help illegal aliens apply for amnesty. Instead of spending taxpayer dollars to facilitate amnesty, we should focus on reducing the deficit. This bill does nothing to secure the border, close loopholes in our immigration laws that encourage illegal immigration. Now I address something that was said in the last debate. One of the representatives said that no Republican has taken her up on going to the border. That's not accurate. When she announced that in Judiciary Committee, I said, I will go with you. I want to go with you. We agreed I would go. Our staffs arranged it. My flight reservations were made. And within about 3 days before going, I was told, there's no more room for you on this trip. So it wasn't accurate to say no Republican has taken her up on it. I took her up on it. And I'll tell you this, when the Speaker says a reason to support the previous bill is that 75% of Americans support amnesty, well, if you're going to rely on polling data, I would inform you that a recent poll said 75% of Americans support the use of voter ID. Well, let's go ahead and fix that then if we're going to rely on voting information and to pass good policy. Let's reinstitute voter ID, and let's vote no on this bill. I yield.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute and 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Gentlelady is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of this bill. Agricultural workers are crucial to our economy, and this bill would establish a legal and reliable farm workforce. I support this bill because it recognizes the humanity, yes, the humanity of farm workers and their families. This is personal to me. I grew up poor picking cotton in the fields of South Texas. I can testify firsthand about the incredibly hard, back-breaking work that farm workers do, especially in the heat of the South Texas sun. Not much seems to have changed since I worked in the fields. Things pretty much still are handled about the same. This bill is long overdue and would provide farm workers with important worker protections and legal rights that I never had and they desperately need today. Texas is home to nearly 250,000 farms, and the need for a strong agricultural workforce is vital. It's vital to Texas, it's vital to this country, and it's vital to this world. I urge passage. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'd yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from California. I hear a lot from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about this is not how people should be treated, whether it was with respect to the first bill, the broader amnesty bill with respect to the Dreamers, or whether it's this bill with respect to farm workers, which is in fact an amnesty bill. But the fact of the matter is nobody on this side of the aisle, nobody I know in Texas disagrees that the system is broken and that we need to make sure that people are treated fairly and treated appropriately. Nobody disagrees with that. The problem is what we're doing is we're putting this bill in front of any kind of enforcement mechanisms that will prevent the continued abuse of human beings because we refuse to do our actual job under the Constitution of the United States to secure our border. We're just refusing to do it. And then we pass legislation in the name of helping people that, yes, are stuck in a system because we've created this system because it's so badly broken. And you then create the magnet that empowers cartels and continues the vicious cycle. So today, when this passes off the floor, there'll be a lot of backslapping and congratulations. Isn't this great? Isn't this awesome? Aren't we so proud of ourselves for what we're doing for these immigrants, these workers? But not doing a darn thing to actually fix the system and prevent the flow, prevent the danger, prevent the cartels, prevent the abuses, prevent essentially the indentured servitude that this bill will actually create for the farm workers in question, leaving them stuck with mandates of having to work certain hours as farm workers, continuing the process. All, by the way, while we continue to encourage sex trafficking, human trafficking, crimes, violations, children being abused. Again, as I said before, as we sit here in this august body, not actually amending, by the way, just bloviating, while we're sitting here, some little girl is getting raped in Mexico on a journey because of the pressure that we are causing by empowering cartels to do it. That's occurring. And we're just whistling. We're just sitting here burying our head in the sand. Like I said, go give the press conferences. Go pat ourselves on the back as a body for being pro-immigrant. How is it pro-immigrant to have wide open borders being exploited by cartels, wide open borders with narcotics coming across it, wide open borders with human beings coming across? And by the way, when this Biden crisis ends, when the media says it's ended, if they ever acknowledge it exists, it will be because numbers are going down in facilities because catching and releasing is going up. That is what's going to occur.
Another 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman from California. That is what is going to occur. To my fellow citizens back home in Texas and Americans, when those numbers go down in facilities, don't kid yourself. Illegal immigration will continue. They'll be catching and releasing illegal immigrants. They will be dropping numbers down in facilities. They will close the FEMA plant in Midland, the FEMA facility in Midland, and we will have as much illegal immigration as we have right now. And the other side will claim, oh, the crisis is going down. That's what's coming at us. And today, we're passing amnesty instead of securing the border of the United States.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute and 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona,
Gentleman's
Mr.
recognized
Stanton.
for 90 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to say thank you to Chair Nadler and Chairwoman Lofgren for their incredible leadership on this important bill. I rise in support of the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, a bipartisan bill that will improve the H-2A agricultural visa program to make it easier for Arizona farmers to meet their workforce needs while also providing a path for agricultural workers to earn legal status. Throughout this pandemic, farm workers have been on the front lines of playing a critical role in feeding America's families. They deserve the opportunity to take steps towards legal status in this country. It's the right thing to do for them, and it's the right thing to do to advance our farm industry. This bill is good for Arizona's economy. Arizona, the birthplace of Cesar Chavez, where agribusiness is a $23 billion a year industry. And our state's crops cannot be left to rot in the ground because we lack access to a stable workforce. Passing this bill today brings us one step closer to ensuring that farmers have the stable workforce they need and farm workers are recognized for all the work they do for us every day. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss.
Gentleman's recognized for 2.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from California. It's stunning to me that we are still wrestling through these type of issues. We've been watching over the last few months one radical piece of legislation after another, and our country is beginning to suffer. We're watching gas prices go up, skyrocketing. We're still shutting businesses down. We're still seeing schools closed. We are watching our energy independence be reversed. It's one horrible bill, one horrible policy after another. And now we are watching a catastrophe on our southern border. And Madam Speaker, my friends on the other side of the aisle appear to not care what's happening at the southern border. We have yet to have it honestly called for what it is, a disaster. We are not willing to look at the national security issues of it. We're not willing to look at the danger that's occurring, the cartels, the human trafficking, the drug trafficking, the criminals that perhaps are coming across our border, the terrorists who may be coming across our border. And now what are we doing? We're looking at another outrageous piece of legislation that says if you come work on a farm, we're going to give you amnesty. And it doesn't matter what your background, it doesn't matter who you are. At the same time, we even have here around Capitol Hill fences guarding us, guarding the American people from the people's house, but we're going to open up our borders for who knows who to come marching through. And now we have a piece of legislation that says just come work on a farm and we're going to give you amnesty. 1.5 million people are going to become citizens for working minimal time on farms. This is going to shield criminals. They're going to just come across the border, claim amnesty, come work on a farm, and before long, they are legal citizens here. And we don't know who these people are. We don't know what their intentions are, but we're going to grant them amnesty through this bill. It's nonsense. It's frightening. It's irresponsible. It's endangering American lives. It is encouraging even more disaster and danger on our southern border. It makes absolutely zero sense for us to proceeding with this type of irresponsible legislation. And I urge my colleagues to vote against this, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute and 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 90 seconds.
As I stood on the floor of the House for H.R. 6, this is not amnesty. And I thank the gentlelady from California, Ms. Loughran, for her leadership, and Mr. Nadler as well. Let me explain to you that under the Dream and Promise Act, immigrants are eligible for that. They would have 43,500 homes and $340 million in mortgage payments. Today I rise in support of 1603 because this would allow farm workers, agricultural workers, to be able to earn legal status and to be able to seek a certified agricultural worker status. Dr. Ruiz, our colleague, indicated that he was raised by farm workers. He saw the bent hands, the bent backs, the broken hands, but he saw the patriotism. This is not amnesty, but what I tell you it is not. It is not the Trump policy of caging children in cages. It's not the Trump policy of turning young 11-year-olds back across the border to be raped. I hope my colleagues who are talking about abortion and talking about rape voted for the Violence Against Women Act to really protect immigrant women. I rise to support this legislation because it will provide dignity, opportunity for enhanced economic engine as the farm workers take certified status because they can do it over and over again. Where is the bread on our table coming from? The hardworking hardworking farm workers every day that are out in these fields working to provide for the American people and the people around the world. We are the breadbasket of this world, and because of their work, we're able to feed as many. So I rise in enthusiastic support. I wish my colleagues would have been as enthusiastic and as angry about caging children as they are today about us fixing the immigration system. I yield back as I ask to support H.R. 1603. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can assure the gentlelady from Texas we are outraged by the fact that this administration's policies and pronouncements have encouraged thousands upon thousands of children to be placed on that trail of terror in the hands of Mexican criminal cartels and brought here in the expectation of admission, an expectation that this administration is fulfilling. And I must also assure her that this certainly is an amnesty bill. It allows anyone who's here illegally, who can claim to have worked the equivalent of 13 40-hour weeks over 2 years, legal status, amnesty, and the documentation can be as little as having a friend vouch for them. I now, sure.
Let me just say that we can respect each other's differences, and I thank you for explaining that. Amnesty is not related to people working to earn their status, and that's what this bill does, just as the DACA bill does. They earn their status.
Reclaiming my time, this only applies to illegal aliens. If you are legally here, obeying our laws, you're out of luck with this bill. What this bill says is if you're here illegally and can have a friend vouch for you that you've worked 1,000 hours over the last 2 years in agriculture, again, that's the equivalent of 13 40-hour weeks, you get legal status. This is one of the many reasons why we are seeing this response from around the world now flooding our southern border. I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Spartz.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate that Congress cannot have a serious conversation about immigration because we do have actually a real problem. We have a real crisis at the border. It's humanitarian crisis, Wild West. We're a country of laws. We have problem with legal immigration. It needs to be streamlined, better serve our national interest. We have problems with visa processes, and we can do better. But unfortunately, we're passing a lot of bills that probably will not see the light of the day in the Senate. They're not going to become legislation. We do grandstanding drama and constant rhetoric. And it is very unfortunate for me because American people are tired from our institution not doing its work, because we are policymakers and we are legislators, and we have to work on policy, not on political drama. So as a member of Immigration Subcommittee, I encourage my colleagues actually to start working in committees on legislation, not send legislation from the Speaker's office to the floor, but actually have reforms and work at it because our people deserve it. And our people deserve to have a branch that works for the people, not have executive and judicial branch doing our functions. So I hope we will have some very constructive and serious conversation on immigration, and I'd be happy to have part of it. But these piecemeal approaches are not going to work and are not good for our country. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Simpson.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Farm Workers Modernization Act. For years, my constituents have been asking me to fix our nation's broken immigration system. They have told me that the shortage of legal workers in agriculture is wreaking havoc on our farmers and rural communities. That is why I joined with my good friends, Representative Newhouse, Diaz-Balart, and Lamatha, to come up with a bipartisan solution to this problem. And along with Chairwoman Lofgren and other Democratic colleagues, we created a bill to create a merit-based agricultural immigration system for our nation's food producers and make much-needed reforms in the H-2A program. But don't just take my word for it. There are over 250 agricultural industry groups from all across America that have written to Congress to support this bill. From potatoes and dairy in my district to citrus and strawberries in Florida and California, growers agree this bill is good for agriculture and good for our country. But I want to take a moment to address the current situation on our southern border. What's happening there is a crisis, and we must address it. We all realize that. Unfortunately, years of congressional inaction has made immigration a toxic word. This bill is not about what is happening on the border, but that seems to be what all the debate is about. What's happening at the southern border? This bill is not amnesty. It does not grant anybody amnesty. It allows individuals to get right with the law and to become legal workforce in the United States. It's about providing a stable legal workforce for the people who put food on our tables. This isn't a perfect bill. No one would agree that it is. But it's a very good compromise that actually gives us a chance to solve a real problem for our constituents. That's why I came to Congress to do those things, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, no one disputes that this bill is a huge windfall to big agriculture. The problem is it comes at the expense of American workers. I am now pleased to yield 4 minutes to the, actually, I will reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield a minute and 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlelady is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very clear, Madam Speaker. Farm workers do back-breaking work to make sure that all of us have food on our table. Under scorching sun, unbearable cold, whether they're sick, feeling well, whether they have family members who are not feeling well, they go to work to make sure we have what we need, even and almost especially during the era of COVID. It is incredible that anyone would stand in the way of having these incredible people finally have a pathway to legalize. The Farm Worker Modernization Act is a piece of legislation that is long overdue. I have one thing to say to those who would oppose legislation for this population, even though they benefit from the labor of this population. No tienen vergüenza. Shame. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Madam Speaker, while chaos reigns on the border, we have another Democrat jam job before us today. And I would turn to the committee chairman, the gentleman from California. Did you see these bills in your committee?
Not this session, no.
Yes, these bills did not come before this committee. For someone like myself who has just joined the committee, did not even have a chance to be able to partake in this bill. But I want to express concerns, especially about the H-2A provision in this bill, because I'm familiar. There's a parallel to the J-1 visas that we use in northern Wisconsin in the resort area, temporary visas. And what we found over the years as employers is that people would figure out how to use the J-1 visa to get into the country and then go job shopping from there. The H-2 is susceptible to the same thing. And due to lax enforcement, we could all live with it if there was good enforcement in America, but there is not good enforcement of our laws here in the United States. So let's cut to the chase here. And the gentleman from California touched on this very well. These bills devalue American workers' labor. In 2019, the greatest increase in wages for people who are in the lower income brackets happened. The greatest increases in decades. I just say to all those working class Americans out there, make no mistake, these bills today are another clear message. You are viewed as replaceable. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House.
Speaker is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the recognition, I thank the gentleman for yielding, and once again, I salute him for the excellent work of his committee bringing this important legislation, H.R. 1603, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this critical victory for farm workers and growers who've come together in support of this legislation which ensures that America can continue to feed the world. Thank you to Chair Zoe Lofgren, Chair of the Immigration Subcommittee, for her years of relentless leadership on behalf of farm workers, without which this bill would not be possible. I sang her praises earlier as a former teacher of immigration lawyer and chair of the Immigration Committee. She knows of what she legislates. I think that it's clear to see there are a number of Californians involved in this, and I want to salute Mr. Costa and Mr. Carbajal, who were an important part of this. They represent farmland in California. They know the needs of the workers. They respect the involvement of the growers, and this, again, is a wonderful bill. We salute many members representing every corner of the country whose vision and values have strengthened this bill that has truly been a caucus and Congress-wide effort. And thank you to the United Farm Workers for the outstanding organizing which made this possible. In addition to our work internally, their outside mobilization so important. We're also inspired by the immortal words of our beloved Dolores Huerta, "Se puede," and yes we can, and yes we will, and yes we are doing. It had been an honor last year at this time to celebrate her 90th birthday in the Rayburn Room, the last event we had before COVID took over. So here we are a year later. This is probably a better celebration. Passing the Farm Workforce Modernization Act and doing so on a bipartisan basis was a source of pride in the last Congress, and it is now. With a Democratic majority in the Senate and President Biden in the White House, when we pass it again, it is with better assurance that it will become law. The bill honors the millions of farm workers who are the backbone of our economy, quietly persevering through harsh working conditions and low wages as they power the farm economy and put food on our tables. As the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops has written, the dignity of work of farm workers and their families is a central concern. Farm workers produce the food that we eat and contribute to the care of our community. This legislation, while long overdue, is urgently needed now in light of the coronavirus crisis, which is forcing our essential workers, farm workers, to live and work under a cloud of fear and uncertainty about their health and their jobs. At the same time, the pandemic has accelerated a labor crisis in the farm economy that endangers farmers and producers and requires action. And this action today is an agreement between the growers and the farm workers. This legislation supports workers and the farm economy with strong, smart reforms. The bill provides a path to legalization for more than 1 million currently undocumented farm workers. No one who works to feed our country should be condemned to permanent second-class status. Bill establishes the agricultural workforce of the future by modernizing the H-2A initiative to farms have stable, secure workforces. And critically, it demands fair, humane treatment for farm workers by securing fairness in pay, improving access to quality housing, and ensuring robust safety and heat illness protections. Any of us who visited farm workers in the fields, and some of our members had been farm workers themselves or children of farm workers, know that the environment, the heat, the chemicals, the rest are a challenge. This legislation is a critical step forward for our workers, for our growers, and the farm economy, but our work is not done. Congress will continue to stabilize the farm economy, protect workers and families, maintain America's agricultural preeminence in the world. Under the leadership of President Biden, we will continue to work fundamentally, fully, to fix our immigration system so that we can honor America's proud immigrant heritage and advance a better future for all. Earlier, I quoted President Reagan. I want to do so again more fully. Earlier, I quoted that when I spoke on the floor about Dreamers before, I did so for 8 hours and 6 minutes. I promised this earlier today to be shorter, and so I didn't give as much of President Reagan's speech. This is what he said. And since this is the last speech that I will give as president, I think it is fitting to leave one final thought, an observation about a country I love. He went on to talk about the Statue of Liberty, Madam Speaker. He said, the torch of Lady Liberty symbolizes our freedom and represents our heritage, the compact with our parents, our grandparents, and our ancestors. It is that lady that gives us our great and special place in the world, for it's the great life force of each generation of new Americans that guarantees that America's triumph shall continue unsurpassed into the next century and beyond. New Americans. Other countries may seek to compete with us, but in one vital area, as a beacon of freedom and opportunity that draws people of the world, no country on earth comes close. As I said earlier, he said, this, I believe, is one of the most important sources of America's greatness. We lead the world because, unique among nations, we draw people, our strength from every country and every corner of the world. And in doing so, we continuously renew and enrich our nation. While other nations cling to the stale past, here in America, we breathe life into dreams. We create the future, and the world follows us into tomorrow. Thanks to each wave, President Reagan said, thanks to each wave of new arrivals to this land of opportunity, we are a nation forever strong, forever bursting with energy and new ideas, and always on the cutting edge, always leading the world to the next frontier. This quality is vital to our future as a nation. If we ever close the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would soon be lost. That being the last speech that I will give as president, President Reagan said, and I think it is fitting to leave one final thought, an observation about the country I love. As we remember the words of President Reagan, I also recall the words of late Cesar Chavez, whose birthday we celebrate later this month. And he said, to make a great dream come true, the first requirement is a great capacity to dream. The second is persistence. Thanks to all of our members, bipartisan members, for their persistence on this legislation, for which I urge a strong bipartisan aye vote, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I would remind this speaker that Cesar Chavez was one of the most outspoken adversaries to illegal immigration precisely because he knew what that did to depress the wages of the legal immigrants that he represented through the United Farm Workers. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, chairman of the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Republican leader of the House Agriculture Committee, I have the opportunity to speak with producers nationwide, and overwhelmingly they say the number one issue facing the industry is the lack of a reliable legal workforce. When it comes to farm labor, our immigration system is broken and in desperate need of repair. The Farm Workforce Modernization Act is a step in the right direction, and I will vote yes today, but to be clear, the bill is imperfect and must be improved before becoming law. It will not fully address the shortage of legal agricultural workers and may leave our farmers, ranchers, and especially our dairies with critical unmet needs. I filed an amendment that would have addressed these deficiencies that was endorsed by the American Farm Bureau Federation.
Though not made in order, I hope the amendment will serve as a starting point in the Senate for necessary improvements. Americans are blessed with a safe, abundant, and affordable food supply, but how long will the food supply last if we do not have an adequate agricultural workforce? This may be a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reform our ag immigration laws. Therefore, we must get it right. Madam Speaker, if we fail to address agricultural workforce, we will have food insecurity, and that will lead to national insecurity. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. Let me be blunt. There is a crisis at our southern border. You've heard about it from my Republican colleagues and I over the past few days. Just this year, more than 200,000 people have illegally crossed our border, including 4 known terrorists. We must do something to stop this disturbing trend. The U.S. is a country of law and order. We must continue working to reform our broken immigration laws and enhance our border security. That is exactly what this legislation will do. The Farm Workforce Modernization Act is a truly bipartisan bill, negotiated over many months by agriculture and labor representatives alike to ensure those who wish to come to our country abide by our laws and contribute to our farms, ranches, and local communities. The bill creates an employment and merit-based program for foreign workers to legally work in agriculture, eliminating incentives for illegal migration and strengthening both our national security and our national food supply chain. This legislation streamlines our H-2A guest worker program, giving employers more flexibility and allowing access for year-round agriculture sectors like dairy and horticulture. Finally, the bill phases in E-Verify. So once these laws are in place, we can enforce them and ensure that workers maintain a legal work status. Madam Speaker, I come from one of the most productive agricultural regions in the world, where many of our crops are labor-intensive. As much as producers would prefer to hire American workers to work in their fields, their orchards, and their dairies, there simply isn't enough interest among domestic workers to get these jobs done. For decades, Congress has attempted to pass comprehensive immigration reform to address agricultural workforce, but we have been unsuccessful. This bill is the targeted, bipartisan solution our farmers and ranchers need. I want to thank Zolofgren, Mr. Diaz-Balart, Mr. Simpson, Mr. LaMalfa, and many others. I urge my colleagues to support this bill so we can get it to the President's desk for the American agricultural industry. Thank you.
Pleased to yield 1 minute to my colleague from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Now let's acknowledge the reality of what we have right now. A big mess of a situation that hasn't been cured in several decades. We used to have a system of invited workers called the Bracero program. Political battling has caused no new fix in all this time. Similarly, this bill allows good workers, decent people, to get right with the law, with background checks, with restitution, and requirements to stay right with their ag worker status. This same bill passed this House through committee last Congress with good bipartisan support. It has benchmarks that must be met by workers that are already here with history in ag, not opening the floodgates to more illegal entry and benefits. More recent entrants are required to remain in ag for 8 additional years in ag work to remain eligible. We have caps in this bill to the current approximately 700,000 workers already here with capped ratchets if more are needed. It establishes an E-Verify for ag with strong biometric screening for all these certified ag workers, something we never had under E-Verify. It codifies the law many of the pieces adopted in the Trump administration H-2A rule, including staggered H-2A, making it much less burdensome for farmers to get these workers, especially dairy, which needs year-round workers and cannot have it now. Would the gentleman yield?
Give an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. What this bill is not is amnesty, even though they may be dismissed as such. Americans have demonstrated they will not step forward to do this work, not with the non-working benefits they can already access. Frequent anecdotes show that those that might frequently quit after a few days because the work is too hard, even at dramatically increased wages. It does not hand out citizenship or allow anyone to cut ahead in line to apply for it. The same goes for green cards, no express lane for green cards, not even government benefit eligibility. Simply a way to get right with the law, have a capped pool of already in place ag workers with a legal status, better for the worker, the farmer, and our system of IDing who is in this country currently. A vast improvement of what we have now.
Gentleman from California.
Point out that last 30 seconds was on the time of the gentleman from New
Gentleman
York.
reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute and 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Farm Workforce Modernization Act would simply protect our existing farm workers and perpetuate an enduring farm workforce. It would do that by modernizing and streamlining our H-2A visa system and by allowing those who are willing to come here to stay here if they continue to work here in agriculture. Now, this bill is a bipartisan bill. It is the right bill because it was a negotiated bill. Yes, it's not the perfect bill, but it is the necessary bill that was formulated after months and months of difficult talks between Democrats and Republicans and farmers and farm workers. Now, during those discussions, unlike what we're hearing today, we put negative politics aside and we focused on the positive policies for the people who are part of the solution to the #1 problem for our farmers. We don't have a domestic workforce willing to do ag labor. So farmers are reliant on immigrants to harvest their products. That is why if we pass this bill today, that is why if the Senate does its job tomorrow, farmers will have a predictable and dependable workforce. Farm workers will get the legality and the dignity that they deserve. And we in Congress will have done our job for our agriculture, for our nation, that both rely on immigrants for our future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
I'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Costa.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the Bipartisan Farm Workforce Modernization Act, which is an opportunity to provide meaningful reform that we've been waiting for years. This measure is supported by a coalition, a bipartisan coalition, that includes not only the United Farm Workers and other labor organizations, but a majority of farm organizations across the country. What this is really about is an opportunity to fix a part of a broken immigration system. And I want to thank not only Chairman Nadler, but also Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren and Dan Newhouse for the hard work that they've done to bring this legislation to the floor. Bipartisan support on both sides of the aisle. Let me begin with the fact that food is a national security issue. It is a national security issue, and less than 5% of America's population is directly involved in the production of food and fiber that feeds our nation. And that partnership is between farm workers and farmers and dairymen and women. I know my family represents a third-generation family. Farm workers are some of the hardest working individuals you ever meet. I know because I've worked side by side for years growing up on my family's farm. It's simply wrong that they be subject to living and working under a shadow of uncertainty and fear of being deported. That's not right. This bill is not about the border. The border's been a problem for decades. It's not about amnesty. This is an earned basis to have legal status in America. I've spoken with the hard-working men and women and their young children who work to put food on America's dinner table. And I've seen the hope in their eyes. The hope that we can pass this legislation to provide them legal status, hope for a normal life, for free dread of family separation that often too happens with deportation that hangs over them every day when they go to work, hope for a chance to change their reality and reshape their story. This measure involves protections, it involves E-Verify, it involves an opportunity to reform an H-2A program for a reliable workforce for American agriculture. We owe it to the individuals who do so much for us. I ask that you support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman, and Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill.
it purports to solve an important problem for our country's ag workforce, for our ag community, and for food security for our country, but it exploits a bigger problem and a real emergency by creating a gaping hole in our broken immigration system. Rather than address the root issue with our immigration laws, it exploits them. Frankly, I don't know how many non-citizens some of my colleagues represent. I came here to represent American citizens. This bill disadvantages American citizens, and it disadvantages people who follow our admittedly broken immigration laws and come here legally, and it rewards people who come here illegally. It is going to exacerbate the humanitarian crisis we see at the border instead of cure it. It is not a remedy, it is a harm. It is a harm to American citizenship. It should be treasured. And we do welcome new Americans. We are unequaled in the world. No country welcomes more new citizens per year than the United States of America. We will continue to be the land of opportunity, but we can only do that if we protect the cherished value of American citizenship. Citizenship matters. We cannot destroy it by adopting these policies. I plead that people oppose it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I and the Congressional Hispanic Caucus rise in support of H.R. 1603, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. My parents were farm workers who worked tirelessly day in and day out with calloused hands and tired backs to give me, their children, opportunities that they never had. Farm workers like my parents and like many of my constituents back home in the Coachella Valley taught me the values of hard work, resiliency, and taking care of one another. Farm workers are getting infected and dying from COVID-19 at a much higher rate than the general public. They are literally dying to feed you, give you the nutrients you need to prevent COVID-19 and heal from COVID-19. We must protect and secure our food supply chain. We must pass the bipartisan Farm Workforce Modernization Act to stabilize our food supply chain and ensure that farmers can meet their future labor needs. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus is proud to work with Chair Zoe Lofgren and Congressman Jimmy Panetta, as well as CHC members Salud Carbajal and Jim Costa and other members to get the bill signed into law. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker,
Consent that the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren, control the balance of our time on our side.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fisbach.
Gentlelady's recognized for 3 minutes.
And I thank my colleague for yielding me the time. Madam Speaker, H.R. 1603 subjects H-2A employers to a private right of action in federal court for the first time ever in the history of the H-2A program. The bill does so by applying the right of action standard in the Migrant and Seasonal Agricultural Worker Protection Act, or MSPA, to H-2A employers. My motion to recommit today simply provides that when an H-2A employer faces an H-2A related claim under the SPA, the employer is provided a right to cure before the claim can proceed. Specifically, the amendment allows the employer to attempt to resolve the alleged violation within 5 days of receiving the complaint. The employer must also file with the court documentation demonstrating that the action given rise to the complaint has been remedied. After that, the court may dismiss the complaint if it is satisfied that the complaint has been resolved. Under H.R. 1603, private right of action can include actual damages or statutory damages of up to $500 per plaintiff per violation, where violations constitute separate provisions. Most claims involve multiple plaintiffs, and in class action could involve many plaintiffs who didn't even want to be part of the claim. For class action, the court is authorized to award the lesser of up to $500 per plaintiff per violation, or up to $500,000. In other words,
liability under MSPA could be $500,000, especially in the case of a fabricated claim or an unintended violation. This could be financially devastating for farmers. Costs like these to agricultural employers, on top of attorneys' fees, courts' fees, and awards pursuant to other claim avenues, should be taken seriously. They can be significant burdens on employers who did not knowingly or purposefully violate H-2A requirements. At the very least, we should allow our growers the opportunity to remedy a potential violation before they are hit with a huge penalty. Today's motion to recommit would do just that. If the purpose of filing a complaint is to seek redress, then this amendment provides a reasonable path forward. I am sure that those whose purpose it is to subject employers to additional claims, frivolous or otherwise, will oppose my amendment. But those who understand the importance of helping U.S. farmers in the face of constant and growing competition from foreign agricultural operations without our high labor standards understand how reasonable a right to cure is. My amendment would retain the ability.
Yield the gentlelady another minute.
Gentlelady is recognized.
My amendment would retain the ability of H-2A workers to obtain redress, but would provide important protection for growers too. Madam Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on the Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 1603 to provide a common sense right to cure for our nation's farmers who will be subject to burdensome litigation under this underlying bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from California.
May I inquire how much time remains on both sides?
Gentlelady from California has 9 minutes. Gentleman from California has 5.5 minutes.
I yield to the gentleman from Texas 2 minutes, Mr. Cuellar.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Farm work is hard work. My parents, both Odelia and Martin, were farm workers. It's very hard work. And it's one of those type of jobs that's very necessary to make sure that we bring food to the table. I represent several areas that are rural, and my ranchers and my farmers need a ag work program. It has to. They need it. I've always said, if an American wants a job, let them have that job. But if they're not going to fill that position, then we need to have a guest worker plan, just like we did during World War II, where we did the Bracero program. So therefore, we need to support this for our ranchers and our farmers. Now, I'll tell you this. It is not amnesty. What Ronald Reagan did in 1986, that was amnesty. This is not amnesty. And if you want to talk about border security, this will help secure the border. Let me explain. If you have people that will come into a secure system to come work and then they go back, then you can have Border Patrol focus on the people that have the bad motives, the people that want to bring in drugs, the people that want to smuggle or traffic people. So this actually will have border security. We set this up right like they did in World War II. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to support this program. It is needed by our farm workers, and we need to do it. I want to thank the chairwoman for the work, So Laughlin, and Mr. Natler for the work. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
May I inquire of my friend from California if she has any more speakers?
Gentlelady is ready to close. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just yesterday, the Secretary of Homeland Security told the Homeland Security Committee that the border is secure. Secretary said the border is secure despite saying only 1 day earlier that the Department of Homeland Security is on pace to encounter more individuals on the southwest border than we have in the last 20 years. He said the border is secure despite a 590% increase in the number of family units crossing the border in the first 6 weeks of the Biden administration. Said the border is secure despite Customs and Border Protection referring over 7,300 unaccompanied alien minors to the Department of Health and Human Services during the month of February. It's the highest number of referrals in any February in the history of the program. He said the border is secure despite the Biden administration's plan to use the Dallas Convention Center to house thousands of the unaccompanied minors that the cartels have smuggled across the border. No matter what Secretary Mayorkas says, the fact is the border is not secure. And it is not secure because of President Biden's dangerous immigration policies. We know that when foreign nationals think they can easily get into the U.S. and be rewarded with legal status, which is what this bill does, they flood the border. We're watching that happen before our eyes. Flooding the border in response to the president's rhetoric and policies, and in response to the promises of additional rewards made through bills like this. Talk of amnesty fuels border crossings. That is a fact. This bill grants amnesty and a special path to U.S. citizenship to at least 1 million farm workers currently in the United States. I've seen estimates that go up to 2.5 million. Nobody really knows, as well as to their spouses and children. This bill allows aliens to get green cards even if they illegally re-entered the U.S., committed immigration fraud, voted illegally in a federal or state election, or have 2 serious misdemeanor convictions. Now, the supporters of this bill claim that illegal aliens who get green cards must work in agriculture. However, the bill includes broad waiver authority that allows those who did not complete all of the work requirements because of weather conditions or COVID, or if the alien was fired, among other situations, they still get a green card. Those legalized under this bill will, from the outset, compete directly for jobs with Americans. Nothing in this bill prevents those who get employment authorization during the initial process from working in non-agriculture labor sectors. And of course, once they and their family members get a green card, as provided under this legislation, they're free to work wherever they want. This bill sends a powerful message and an invitation to those who cross our borders illegally that they can expect to be rewarded with legal status, ultimately green cards, and an expedited path to citizenship. But far worse than that, it floods our market with low-wage labor at a time when Americans are struggling to recover from the devastating lockdowns that have crushed the dreams of so many working families. And I'll start out as I began. The people who were most helped by the economic expansion that we saw were working-class Americans because the Trump administration got control of our borders and stemmed the flow of this illegal labor. They made the greatest gains during the expansion. They have been the most harmed during the lockdowns, and this adds to their burdens and woes by assuring that the market for their skills and their labor will remain stagnant for a decade to come. Please don't do this to those good Americans in this perilous time for our country. I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlelady's recognized.
There's been a lot of rhetoric today about the border, and I think it's important to address some of it. First, let's get the facts straight. The uptick in apprehensions at the southern border began in April of 2020 of last year, long before we knew President Biden was even going to become the Democratic nominee, much less the president. During the pandemic, the Trump administration did something that troubled me a great deal and that I objected to. They ignored the Trafficking Victim Protection Act. That was a bill that was a bipartisan bill. Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey was the lead on the Republican side. I worked on it on our side along with others, and it had a very precise protocol for what to do when an unaccompanied child presented at the border a potential trafficking victim. Instead of following that protocol, the prior administration would simply take that child, an 11, 12-year-old little girl, and turn her back into Mexico, not knowing what would happen to her. Now, those children that have been in squalid camps for the last year are being addressed pursuant to the Traffic Victim Protection Act. It's correct that we have had more children present than we were prepared to deal with, and there was a scramble to take care of those children properly. But it has nothing to do with the Farm Work Modernization Act. I listened with some interest to the suggestion that there needs to be a change in the Migrant and Seasonal Agricultural Worker Protection Act provisions of this bill. Currently, H-2A employers must comply with the H-2A program requirements, which largely meet or exceed MISPA. The primary difference is that the DOL stands in the place of the foreign farm worker and bringing forward cases of alleged violation of the H-2A program. The Fair Labor Standards Act and a number of other federal and state laws apply to the H-2A program, but it's worth noting that any H-2A employer that employs one or more domestic workers who perform seasonal or temporary agricultural work is already covered under MISPA, and that would be close to like all employers. So this bill would formally place all employees, H-2A workers, under MISPA, impacting only those who hire no domestic employees. Now, the idea that there needs to be a right to cure has merit, except it's already addressed in this bill because it requires mandatory mediation. If there's a problem that can be fixed, it will be fixed in the mediation system, and that's quite new. The other thing to point out is that there's no attorney's fees provided for in the bill or in MISPA, and so the idea that somehow this is a windfall for the trial bar is simply incorrect. You know, there's a great Q&A truth setting in a publication called Hoard's Dairyman, what the Farm Workforce Act would mean. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put this into the record, Madam Chair.
Without objection, so without objection, so ordered.
We have labored long and hard, those of us in our bipartisan group, that work to solve a problem that our country has, which is we need a stable workforce in the agricultural sector. I'd like to thank last year's chairman of the Ag Committee, Colin Peterson, for the work that he did on this, and this year's chair, who also supports this bill, Mr. Scott, as well as the ranking member who said that he would vote for it, even though there are some things he would like to change. It's a compromise, and it was worked over almost a year to get to this point. We believe that having a legal workforce in agriculture that will give stability is not only good for those workers, it's good for their employers, and it's good for America. We believe that making sure that there is a future flow of a legal workforce, not only into farms but now into dairy, is good for America because we think immigration ought to be legal. It ought to be regularized. It ought to be orderly. And that's what this bill would accomplish. And finally, there's been a lot of talk about enforcement. Well, this bill has enforcement in it. When the bill is implemented, we will have a strategy and a legal way to meet the needs of agriculture in America. And if we have that as law, we ought to enforce that law. And that's why on a bipartisan basis we agreed that E-Verify ought to be applied to this whole sector. So this is a package that will make America stronger. It's fair to farm workers, it's fair to farmers, and it's good for America. I hope that people will vote for it on both sides of the aisle. So many of us have worked together to bring it to this point. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 233, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on Grossman and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for terms and conditions for non-immigrant workers performing agricultural labor or services and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Fischbach of Minnesota moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1603 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. And pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 1603 is also postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules of which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass to H.R. 1112, the Protect Democracy in Burma Act of 2021 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1112, a bill to require a report on the military coup in Burma and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, will each control 20 minutes. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1112 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking Mr. Connolly for this important bill before us today. The Protect Democracy in Burma Act of 2021 is a timely measure that ensures the United States is not silent when a military coup supplants democracy. It also directs strong U.S. engagement with our partners at the UN and ASEAN because we are always stronger when we are united. In 2015, decades of brutal military rule gave way to what many hoped would be a new era of reform and democratization in Burma. That hope was short-lived. And Tatmadaw began to show its true colors as it engaged in the genocide of the Rohingya Muslim minority. Now, a little more than 5 years after the democratic opening that it helped usher in, the military has halted Burma's democratic experiment. By all accounts, Burma's November 2020 parliamentary elections were credible, and claims of widespread fraud have been debunked by election monitoring authorities. The United States condemns, in the strongest possible of terms, the actions of the Burmese military and its violent crackdown and killing of protesters. But we cannot stand alone. To be most effective, the United States must work with our partners in the region in condemning the Tatmadaws' brutal actions and supporting democracy and respect for the election outcome. And that is exactly, Madam Speaker, what this bill sets out to do. It makes clear where the U.S. stands. It promotes multilateral cooperation as we work to hold the Burmese military accountable and call for a return to Burma's democratic transition. It also ensures reporting to Congress so that we can properly review U.S. policy. This is a very important bill that sends a message to the people of Burma and to the entire world. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On February 1st, Burma's military seized power yet again, ending 5 years of a flawed but a hopeful democracy, dragging Burma back into brutal military rule. And since that day, the world has watched, horrified as pro-democracy protesters were met with brutal violence in the streets. The Burmese military has used communications blackouts, curfews, and mass detentions to stifle opposition. And they've used live ammunition against peaceful protesters. Hundreds have been killed and thousands detained. At the same time, the lead opposition to the Burmese military, the National League for Democracy, is facing further repression. NLD members have been rounded up and charged with baseless crimes, including NLD's leader, Aung San Suu Kyi. That's why I'm asking my colleagues to join me today in supporting this resolution. And I really want to thank the chairman and Mr. Connolly from Virginia for bringing this bill forward to make it clear that the United States of America condemns this coup. It encourages engagement with Southeast nations to promote Burma's return to democracy. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York.
I now yield 5 minutes to the distinguished president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, an esteemed member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and author of this important bill, Representative Jerry Connolly of Virginia.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my distinguished friend for the wonderful work he's doing as our new chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And I want to thank my friend, Mr. McCall, the distinguished ranking member. This is an important bipartisan statement. Lives are at stake. It is urgent. This House speak with one voice about what is happening in Myanmar, formerly Burma. The current crisis in the wake of a military coup in which violence is escalating by the day and protesters are being killed by the dozens demands a timely response. I was pleased to introduce this bill in collaboration with the House Democracy Partnership Chairman, Mr. David Price, and our Republican colleague, Mr. Vern Buchanan of Florida. On February 1, the Burmese military seized control of Burma's government in a coup d'etat by detaining democratically elected leaders from the National League of Democracy, NLD, just hours before the country's new parliament was set to meet for its first session, and this following an overwhelming election result in that country. Among those detained were State Councilor Daw Aung San Suu Kyi, President U Win Myint, and other senior NLD leaders. In one fell swoop, the military plunged this national democracy into renewed political turmoil, just as it was emerging from 5 decades of military rule and isolation. In 2015, more than 30 million voters elected the NLD and its leader, Aung San Suu Kyi, to power in the country's first general election. The country's first peaceful transfer of power from military rule to civilian government was celebrated around the world. Pictures of voters proudly raising their ink-stained fingers after voting in the country's 2015 and 2020 elections have been replaced, tragically, by images of anger and tears and bloodshed. The military takeover has jeopardized hard-won progress in everything, from infrastructure or education investments to the country's fragile peace process. It seeks to snuff out the hopes of the Burmese people for a better future. At least 149 people, including children, have been killed by the security forces. Mass funerals have been conducted all across the country. More than 2,100 individuals, civilian students, journalists, unionists, have been detained. Millions have poured into the streets all across Burma to demand a return to democracy, putting themselves at grave risk for the sake of their own freedom. A civil disobedience movement has emerged with medics, bankers, lawyers, teachers, engineers, factory workers, students leaving their jobs and their study as a form of resistance against the coup. Despite military orders to shoot to kill, they have not backed down. While we cannot be on the streets of Yangon or Mandalay or Naypyidaw, we must stand in solidarity with those brave people in their peaceful protest against this coup. And that is what this bill seeks to do. Protect Democracy in Burma Act would establish that it's the policy of the United States government to engage with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations and their member states to condemn the coup, urge unconditional release of detained leaders and civil society members, and support the immediate return to democratic transition. It instructs the United States government to use its voice, vote, and influence in the UN to hold accountable those responsible for this coup. Finally, the legislation states, as a sense of Congress, that the Burmese military has effectively nullified its participation with the House Democracy Project partnership here in the House, a partnership that's been in place for the past 5 years. I was privileged, along with our chairman, Mr. Price, to travel to Burma and meet with Aung San Suu Kyi as part of that partnership delegation back in 2016, a visit that reinforced our commitment to supporting Burma's democratization and development. The Burmese military must respect the results of democratic elections and allow the democratic transition in Burma to continue. With this bill, with one voice, Congress will send a clear signal to the military junta that it is unlawful seizure of power will not be accepted. And there'll be hope for the Burmese people. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. I rise today in support of H.R. 1112 and also House Resolution 134. Both of these bills support democracy and stand with the people of Burma, also known as Myanmar. New York's 22nd District is home to more than 4,000 Burmese refugees and new Burmese American citizens. They've been coming to our region for over 20 years. They're demanding action and a return to civilian rule in Burma. I stand with them and all of my colleagues in condemning the atrocious human rights abuses that are taking place at the hands of the military coup last month. I'm honored to be an original co-sponsor on both of these bills on Burma as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, where they received strong bipartisan support. Though these bills will not solve the problem in Burma, this will be done through a continued pressure. This will provide continued pressure on the military, and a strong, unified international condemnation will add to that. However, these bills are a very important step in the right direction. The Burmese refugees and American citizens I represent in New York's 22nd District remain resolute in support of their friends and families who are suffering through this tragic process. In Utica, for example, they continue to advocate peacefully and protest in solidarity with those in their home country, displaying signs that read, "Save Democracy, Save Burma." The passion and courage of the Burmese people, both in my district and in Burma, is inspiring. I'm honored to provide a voice for them in this august body. I urge all to remain committed to the Burmese people's quest for democracy and to oppose the assault on their free and fair government. Again, I want to thank the chairman, Mr. Meeks, and Ranker McCall, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, for being so strong and supportive on this initiative. It is critically important, and to the Burmese refugees in my community and the citizens, we stand with you. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York.
I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished chairman of the House Democracy Partnership, Representative David Price of North Carolina.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to stand in advocacy of H.R. 1112, the Protect Democracy in Burma Act, and H.Res. 134, a resolution condemning the military coup taking place in Burma. I want to commend Chairman Meeks, Ranking Member McCall for their leadership. I'm happy to work alongside Representative Connolly as the chairman of the House Democracy Partnership to advocate this resolution, and I want to commend Representative Levin for his good work as well. What is going on in Burma demands our action. The very foundation of Burmese democracy, and consequently the country's international standing, now hang in the balance as a result of the Burmese military's reckless action. The situation is deteriorating rapidly, with Burmese military and security forces violently attacking and rounding up peaceful protesters, civil servants, community leaders, journalists, and even emergency medical personnel. The death toll is now estimated at 200. The democratically elected government of Burma, to be sure, had serious flaws, but it had made significant progress in improving the life of Burmese citizens. The House Democracy Partnership had begun to work with the democratically elected parliament, as had the National Democratic Institute. The International Republican Institute had begun to work on local governance. That progress must be consolidated and built on and expanded, not washed away by the greed of a few generals in fear of losing their wealth, losing their control at the expense of the Burmese people. I strongly support the Biden administration's decision to place sanctions on senior military leaders and military-owned businesses. The economic and political pressure must be intense. We must do more, including working with our friends and allies in the region, in particular members of the ASEAN community, to keep up the drumbeat, keep up the pressure for the junta to step down, to restore the democratically elected government. We must do all we can, and time is not on our side. These two bills are a beginning. They signify a unified and strong, urgent sense on the part of the House that this simply must be reversed, this junta, democratic government restored in Burma. So I'm proud to stand with colleagues today in solidarity and urge support of these two bills. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I now yield 3 minutes to the esteemed gentlewoman from Texas, Representative Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the distinguished chairman for his leadership, and I thank the ranking member as well. I stand here today to recognize the hardworking Burmese Americans who are here, who are fighting every day for their friends, their relatives, their native land. On February 1st, 2021, hours before the Burmese parliament was to convene in a new session, Daung San Suu, the leader of the Burma ruling party and President when it meant the duly elected head of government would depose in a military coup. How shameful. As that coup was done, violence prevailed, and as violence prevailed, people lost their lives. This is a worthy act of condemnation, and so I also support H.Res. 134, the resolution condemning the coup in Burma, and condemning the still detaining of Aung San Suu Kyi to her place of residence. She is in danger. And so we rise today to support H.R. 1112, which declares the policy of the United States to instruct as appropriate representatives of the United States government to use the voice, vote, and influence of the United States and the United Nations at the United Nations to hold accountable those responsible for the military coup in Burma. The legislation also directs that not later than 90 days after the date of enactment of this act, that Congress gets a report from the Secretary of State as relates to the military coup in Burma and provide a description of the efforts taken by the United States to help the people of Burma restore their democratic form of government. I want to cite a constituent in my district, first of all, the people from Burma, who have been generous in their help of Houstonians, fellow Houstonians in Hurricane Harvey, in the freeze, in COVID-19. Mr. Mouton, who has provided resources to all of the people in the area representing the community of those from Burma. He has been generous in his support when people have been in need. That is what people from Burma here in the United States do. And so this statement that we're making is to say that we're standing with the freedom fighters. We're standing with those who believe in democracy. And I want to salute the Parliament and the duly elected members of the Burmese Parliament who are taking upon themselves to continue serving as representatives of the people through alternative methods of communicating and convening is courageous, laudable, and inspires the respect of freedom-loving people everywhere. It is our goal as we stand on the floor of the House for the American people's voices to be heard through H.R. 1112, the Protect Democracy in Burma Act of 2021, and H.Res. Resolution, H.Res. 134, the resolution condemning the coup in Burma, and to support the American Burmese community. With that, I yield back.